Yeah, baby. Wonder if all my bad decisions get accounted in the algorithms. No statistician could dissuade me from my bigger vision. I know my occupation's quite an unlikely place in this world to occupy and talk about upon a daily basis. Our information's predetermined by some biased business. We all in sermon to Silicon that push out lovely neighbors. I'm done with paper chasing, think I'm on to bigger banquets. This that full circle, new wave, energy on a Tuesday. Turn a blue day to a bright hue, yellow with a smooth A in hair. Extra fruit, the brand, you can't move me. The music is man, it's a con job, but this grand. I'm blessed with a great hand amongst many that stink. And yeah, it took some hard work, but blind luck play a huge role. If they say that it don't, when they feeding you fool's gold. And if I know one thing, the truth's home. Even if it's a tough thing to swallow, an even harder thing to hold and truly know without a doubt while on the globe. And even though that seems inherent, it ain't always so apparent. Dangle carrot, you ain't always gonna get it. But don't worry, it's a pretty February in a year with more to carry, and more days is yet to come. Under the sun, taking the ferry to the city, where the moment's extra pretty, like the people, like the idea that I keep inside my brain that isn't equal to the real world. All that stress ain't saving me fear though. I swear to God I'm trying, but they pushing their demons down my esophagus, screaming the easy life, what I want always. Praise made up holidays, tell me that love is the answer just to boost this economy. Mine more sell now, but I ain't following. I ain't a hollow man, I'm full of them fall winds. Take it all with a tall grin, and if you feel it, do it with me. And just sing what the song says. Take it all for what it is. It ain't all so big. Take it all for what it is. It ain't all so big.
Hey, y'all, it's me, SB.
Dearly beloved.
That's right. It's Good Friday. Y'all know what it is. It is Freestyle Friday. It is still Good Friday. I started this show on Good Friday a year ago, and it's still a Good Friday. So I hope that you all are experiencing the same thing I am. You know, it's been a great day. Haven't done too much. That's what I like to do on my Fridays. But listen, I thank all of you for being here. You could be so many different places, but you decide to come spend some time with me, SB. And today, I'm playing Wonder Woman. So I am just so glad that you guys are here. We're going to have a good show today. Freestyle Friday, y'all know what it's like. It's me recapping my week. And if anyone thought that Mr. House was going to be here because he's on my thumbnail, I apologize to you. He is not going to be here. Mr. House has been enough places, wouldn't y'all say? So I'm just actually carrying his thoughts into my day. And we're going to just talk about that. That's all. That's all we do it. Wonder Woman. That's right, Miss Dr. Steele, Wonder Woman. But listen, before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and say hello to a few people because Mr. Boss got to step away for a minute, and I don't want to miss my people. So I'm going to say hello, and make sure you guys, when you're coming into the live, you're giving us a thumbs up. I would appreciate it so very much, and thank you all for being here. Christopher Lee, how you doing today? It's good to see you. You know, Christopher, I don't know if you're married or not, but you are definitely a faithful man. So if I need to put your name in a hat to get you a nice woman, just let me know, because guess what? Wife Ed is starting on the 24th of March, and the house is already full. It's full, y'all. The ladies came out. They were like, no, I want to be there. I want to hear what you got to say. I want to join the class. And I'm like, you in. And there's so much more to come with that. But I just wanted to let y'all know, Wife Ed is full. So we are making and creating and bettering. We're getting better at this. Women, wives, all of that, y'all. We're just showing up as ladies from here on out. How about that? So I hope y'all ready. And we're going to all hide from Mr. House. we'll want to get nowhere near him. So Nurse Fancy, how you doing? It's good to see you. Very good to see you. Cat Student, it's good to see you. Mr. Eltward, it's good to see you. BCDC, 1, 2, 3. How you doing? Listen, I hope you got my hello because I saw you in the comment section and I forgot to speak to you. Let me say it correctly. I did not see you in the comment section initially, but I went back and watched the replay and I saw you and I didn't say hello. So I told Mr. Bolo to tell you hello. So I hope he did. But if he didn't, hello and how are you doing? Dr. Steele, it's good to see you also. Christopher, you have given us a $5 super chat. He said, don't ever get discouraged and keep preaching your positive message, SB. Not everyone will get it. Thanks for your hard work. Listen, you're right, Christopher. And not everyone will get it. You're so right. Now, this next name, I'm going to call you Israel. That's something Israel. I see that. How are you doing? And I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you for being here. I recognize the name and I'm thankful that you're here. Miss Parker, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. J Mar, it's good to see you. Darylon, what's going on, buddy? It's good to see you. Who else do we have here? Cora, we done went back. We done changed the name again. How you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Good evening. Do you do Moneyline anymore? I do Moneyline now, but we have increased Moneyline to $19.99 because sometimes we be in real deep conversations or good conversations, and we don't want to be distracted by Moneyline, although we love Moneyline. But now the Moneyline value is $19.99. And of course, we don't want to put pressure on anybody to support the channel, but we definitely, me and Mr. Boss, love the fact that you all are here supporting the channel, but we don't want to put more support and, make it seem like, y'all know I have seen, and I hope I ain't stepping on nobody's toes, but it's kind of interesting. I have seen content creators stop the show, stop it completely and be like, okay, so I'm going to need y'all to send some super chats in here. I don't know what's going on right now. Y'all losing your mind right now. To each his own. Whatever you want to do, you do. Hey, Ricky, whatever you want to do, you do. But I just like, oh my goodness, did they do that? And guess what? It works because I've been told that it's not that people don't want to support. It's just that we're not thinking about it. So I've gotten used to saying thumbs up when you come into the live. It took me forever to get that. So y'all probably won't hear me asking for money though, but thank you guys for whatever you do. But I hope I answered that question. Cora, I know I did, but the money line is still very valuable. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so listen guys, this is Freestyle Friday. We're going to do some recapping of the week. And I'm just going to go through, and Mr. House definitely was a part of it. Y'all have been all around these YouTube platforms all week. So y'all have been hearing nothing but the things the young man said about having the 7 kids and things of that nature. But I'm going to go back a little bit more. I'm trying to figure out, what did me and Black Man talk about on Monday? Monday, we had a pretty good show, but I can't even remember what we talked about. Is that good or bad, y'all? Listen, the one thing that sticks out the most for me on Monday is we had a video that we watched. It was about a young lady that was giving instructions on she was actually letting ladies know. And all this ties in together because this is just how irresponsible that we've gotten. I don't know this woman's credentials. I didn't know her age or what have you, but y'all know the one I'm talking about. She had on a mask and it was raggedy. It had a torn mask on. And she was giving instructions and actually telling ladies, let me go ahead and read this super chat. Hey, Q, before Mr. Boss runs away. Q, how you doing? Thank you so much for your $19.99 super chat. Support the channel. Give your tithes like that. Had to give back to you since I've been, what you been doing? Causing chaos on the YouTube streets. Amen. Hit the like button. You get the money line. Give me mine. Going up, need no decline. Moneyline. I'ma run it every time. Give me mine. Going up, need no decline. Yeah. Dearly beloved. Thank you, Q, so much for that. And I must tell you, you've been causing you really have. You have been out there doing you've been doing, I don't know if that was God's work or not, but you've been out there working, girl. I got to tell you. You have been. You've been challenging the brothers left and right. I don't know if they had hair or not, but most of them probably wanted to pull it out, especially over there on Aaron's O's channel going back and forth with Granville. You are too funny. I love it. You got to come back. We got to talk. Ah, gosh, I ain't gonna say no more, but I'm gonna talk to you soon. But you have been doing your thing. So I'm going back to the Monday show with Black Man. He actually sent in a video, or he shared a video with us, and I actually shared it on the show where a young lady was giving out instructions. And this all ties in together because we might be getting duped left and right because she gave out instructions on how it was more important to have more kids so you can get more money from the government, right? And then we had this young man over here saying he has 7 kids that, first of all, 6 of them have not been declared him. And the 7th one was by a married woman. So let's just do 6 and 6. And he was talking about how the 6 he didn't want. So do y'all think we're getting played a little bit? I'm beginning to wonder. I mean, we got a video. The young lady said you have 1 baby, you get $1,000. You have 3 babies by 1 man, you ain't gonna get but $2,000. That's the wrong way to go. You got to have 6 babies by 6 different men. Did y'all hear that? Yeah, I'm beginning to think somebody's playing with us. She said, if you have 6 babies by 6 different men, then you can get $75,000 per year. That's a nice little salary. You can she making y'all think that you can sit at home and relax, but she forgot about the 6 kids at the end of the sentence. Y'all understand what I'm saying? How does a woman with 6 kids relax? You don't. And then we had the young man, which I don't know if he had come out on Monday yet, but now it's like coming full circle. He's got 6 kids. Well, there are 6 kids that are out there that may be his. And he's saying, I don't want the responsibility for him. So I think those two hooked up. What y'all think? It's making me wonder. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just wondering what is going on. Really, what is going on? What is happening? How are we, or why are we so far out of order? So that was my Monday show. It was just that is just so crazy to hear, y'all, because there's such a deeper message in having children. It is such a deeper message. And listen, guys, I'm not going to be able to see your comments for just a little bit, but we will get back to them. So just forgive me for that. We're in the process of doing some things, and the timing is so far off. We was trying to wait for some delivery people, but y'all know they come when they want to, not when they say they coming. So anyway, Mr. Boss is taking care of that. So I'm not actually seeing my comments right now. So y'all don't get mad at me for that. But anyway, then y'all know we didn't do cruise season, but I was definitely on. Last night I was able to do Wife Life with Sade, Real Femme, and another young lady by the name of, what was her name? Megan? Not Megan. I got it wrong. Something like that. I'll tell you her name in just a little bit. But she was new and she was outstanding. She's a very smart girl, and we had a good time. But the topic of the topic was respect. And this is where it gets real at, y'all. This is where we're having all these issues. And I'm going to go back to Mr. House, too, and some of the things that he said, because I was actually on Aaron's channel afterwards. But dealing with respect for our men, how do we do it? How do we show it? Are we doing that as Black women? And I got to tell y'all know we're not. We're failing. But why are we failing? Don't really know. If y'all hear noise in the background, excuse us. So anyway, it was a good show last night. And of course, I had to give my thoughts on respect. A way that you show respect to your men is to show appreciation. A man is to love a woman, and a woman is to show a man respect. Now, this is in marriage I'm speaking of. Always, when y'all hear me say something, note that I'm talking in marriage. I'm not necessarily always talking about marriage all the time, but most of the time when I'm talking about man and woman together, it's in marriage. So we talked about respect and how important it is for men to gain respect or to have respect from his spouse. It's like the most important thing that you can give. And in scripture, y'all already know it talks about how a husband loves his wife and a wife respects her husband. So that's a real thing. And of course, my blueprint for life is the Bible, right? So y'all already know that. So that was an interesting topic, but I'm going to get to the juice of it all. So last night, I think it was, last night I went on, was it last night? Wednesday night. It was Wednesday night I went on to Aaron's show. And on Aaron's show, we were talking about Mr. House and the decision that he's made to have these kids, or possibly to partake in having these children that he does not want, right? Now, there's a lot of things that y'all should know, because I don't think we take this subject very seriously. I think we're just out there living, doing certain things, and don't really care about the consequences. Mr. House said a lot of things. He said 6 kids have not been declared his. 1 has been tested or what have you, and it was by a married woman, so she's living a lie. Some things sound real far-fetched. Now, me, I asked the question. I don't really know what Mr. House was complaining about at this point in time. I didn't really hear the complaints because in one breath he said that these women don't even know, or some of these women didn't even know didn't know his name, and they would jump off and what have you. And in the other breath, he said that some of them were trying to contact him. I don't know if that was a complaint, but he said, forget it. So obviously it sounds like he's definitely in a lot of control of the situation, or he feels like he's in control of the situation. But I got to tell y'all something, ladies, if you did not know, the law cannot force anyone, a man, to take a DNA test. They can refuse a DNA test. They can say, no, I don't want to do this. It's something that they can definitely do. Just in case you didn't know, they can. Now, a lot of times that they do, it doesn't matter. If 20 million people could have said, this is it, he's a daddy, whatever, he can refuse. Now, sometimes he can be found in contempt of court, refusing to take that DNA test. And what that can do will definitely put him in jail. It can land him in jail, but he can refuse it. Now, of course, if he refuses, that could, no matter, it all depends on where you live or what have you. It could do that. What do you call it? That judgment. He's just considered a judge. They just judge him being the father, even though he didn't take the test. It's a word for y'all. I forgot the word, but he could still be deemed a father. So I really don't know this young man's goal for actually coming out and saying these things as of now. Right now. And I didn't hear anyone, I don't think, ask him the age of the children and some things that I might have wanted to inquire about. But it doesn't really matter to me. It doesn't really matter to me because the whole gist of it for me is the thought process behind this young man. It's like, what are you doing right now? Because it's clearly he doesn't want any kids, right? And it's clear to me from what we just judging from what he says, he's clearly gone over to these young ladies and said, hey, look, I don't want any children. I don't want it. Now, if indeed he did that, I still don't get the idea of why he would not protect himself from having those children. Because no matter what, they're still his seed. Those children still are his if they really are. If they go take DNA test and those kids are his, those are still his kids, whether he said he didn't want to have it or not. Now, understand what I'm saying. Don't take away from what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get the idea of the thought process behind all this, because he shares the thoughts or the sentiments of a lot of young men. Because I did a video, and in my comment section, a lot of people, y'all young men, are agreeing with what he's saying, because they're saying, I can't choose to have a baby or not to have one. They can't make that decision. Only the woman can do that. So he's making his choice to say, you have it, I don't want it. But I'm saying, what about prevention? What are we thinking about right now, y'all? These are real little people. It's so many different angles to this, because I don't understand why a woman would actually want to have a baby by a man that has clearly said that he didn't want to be with her and didn't want anything from her as a child. There's also the angle as if a man does feel this way and he's the father of the child, is it even safe to have that, that child with that man, if he actually indeed feels that way? So it's so many different angles, but here I'm always trying to put people together. So I'm never trying to separate them. So I'm not going to pick a side. I know a lot of people want me to pick a side, and I'm not, because both people are irresponsible when it comes to sex if they can't prevent having a child. Now, understand this. I was a single mom, but I was a young single mom. When I said that, I was a young single mom. The man that I had my child with asked me to marry him. I actually said yeah for a time. I'm glad it did not happen. The military was involved. I'm glad that happened. That was time for me to open my eyes a bit and wake up. But I didn't have a lot of sexual partners. I didn't know anything about sex. That was my first. Now, I do know that there's a lot of different situations that we can come into play with. I had issues, if I can say that. I had daddy issues, if I can tell you guys that. I did. I didn't know then I had them. And that's too, I'm not giving anybody an excuse, because I didn't give myself one. When I opened my eyes and realized that I partaked in this, I enjoyed this, I was wrong, I didn't know what I was doing, it all began to make sense to me. And I accounted for it, and I did some different things, and it never happened to me again. I never found myself in that situation again. But it's such a big deal to me when I hear people be so nonchalant about having children and what happens to them, on the man's side and the woman's side. If I know going in, he seems to be of age. And most of the time, men or women now that we hear about, they are of age. A young person, a really young person, I don't know if I can hold them responsible for making sound decisions. We do mess up a lot. People mess up a lot. And I definitely believe in grace. But he seems to be an adult man. And he can make a decision where he wants to have a child or not. So my question is, like, you don't want a kid. Why won't you try to protect yourself despite the woman? Because I hear a lot of times that she was on the pill. She, did all this different types of contraception. I don't know that. And you don't either. Why would you trust it? Because if a woman begins to like you, you're in a relationship with her, you get all emotional. A lot of time I hear people talk about having actual intercourse where the man may say, I want you to have my baby. We know it's all a joke. We know what's going on. He doesn't really want that, but are you listening? What's going on? Why are we being so irresponsible when it comes to actually having the child, bringing a child into this world? And it's the woman's fault. Now, I agree with that. I agree because the woman can move differently. She's the one that is carrying the child. But if the man is saying he doesn't want one, why is he not protecting himself also, y'all? Why can't he protect himself? I didn't hear, and we don't know what the women are actually saying. I don't know if they want children or not. But you know what? I have met many young ladies, and I tell them all, I have met many young ladies who have had children by one man, and he maybe had 2 or 3 other kids by other mothers. And it was just one that stands out to me so much. She was like, I got child support court on Monday. Y'all, I probably was so out of line. And I said, what you mean you got child support? Yeah, my dad, my child's father, he hasn't been paying child support. It's only like $25 a week or whatever, she said. And I was like, so what? She was like, because he has, other kids, and, me and the other 2 moms are going to be there. I told her, I said, girl, how much money does he give you? I'll give it to you. I said, please don't go down there and stand behind a desk with 2 other women claiming child support from this man. Don't do that. You knew who this man was going in. You knew it, and you are so wrong. Why would you embarrass yourself going down there to collect $25 from this man? You knew who he was. You can't make somebody be a daddy. I've been saying this forever, y'all. So ladies, I'm telling you, and I'm going to tell you again, I'm going to continue to tell you, you can't make someone be a father, no matter what they do. So we got 2 ends of this thing, right? I tell the women, I've been telling women, and I know a lot of men don't like it, I've been telling them to preserve themselves. Preserve yourself for marriage. For marriage. Wait until that man asks you for your hand in marriage, or to the actual marriage. Women, please do so. I'm saving you some trauma, some drama, and also maybe a child that you're not ready for. And I'm also telling men, don't trust that this woman has your best interest when we have a woman out here giving instructions on how many babies to have by how many different men to collect money. This is what's going on right now, y'all. This is where we are. We have lost our minds. We are operating in total corruption, I should say, or I want to say death, but I know that sounds crazy. I know y'all may not understand that, and y'all may not think that that is the appropriate to say, but there's nothing that we're doing, those decisions that we're making equals living. It doesn't. No part of it equals living. We're bringing children into the world, and they don't have the balance of having a mother and a father, and all we're doing is looking for a check. Really? Ladies, is that what we're doing? That's what we're doing. Why can't you just do what you're supposed to do? And hopefully you will have a husband, and then you can have children, and they can have a great balance, and they could be maybe productive in our society. Why can't we do that? Men, if you don't want a child right now, do whatever it is you got to do to prevent yourself from having one. Do not, God, I can't tell y'all. Now listen, there could be a thing here where the men just want to have sex with these women with no regard to having children. No regard to having children, and no regard. He just wants to do it. Y'all, I don't know about that. I'm thinking that might be almost something psycho or mentally off about that person. Now, if he's actually discussing it with you and telling you his intentions, why are we not listening? Why are we not listening? I mean, I don't even, to even meet someone that would say that I'm going to put a baby, you might get pregnant by me, but I don't want the baby nor you. Why would I go any further? What are we doing? What are we doing? Mr. House was totally honest about it. We cannot make him be a father. We can't make him do anything. I've already told y'all the DNA, we can't even make him have DNA tests. He's saying all these women with jump offs. So is our value that low now? Ladies, is our value that low that we are not receiving the correct amount of the correct attention that we could just give ourselves to someone that don't care nothing about us? Nothing at all. So we were on Aaron's old show, and Aaron, of course, Aaron says the man gives consent, or can a man gives consent? To me, a man that goes over and decides to have sex, decides in his mind, this is before he even enters, decides to have sex, he's actually given consent at that point. Now, I know y'all are not going to agree with me, but he has decided to give consent at that point because he never had to actually insert himself into this woman. That's consent. He didn't. He could decide. And a lot of men do. It could be anything in the world that when a woman is laying there and you laying there with her, she could say something and it just turned you off and you get up and left. Get up and leave. Forgive me. And if you do that, you just took away the consent. You didn't give yourself to her. But once you give yourself to this woman, y'all have definitely, now y'all may not see it this way, but she now has the power to do whatever she wants to with your seed if it actually produces a child. And y'all don't want that. There are women out there now that want that. Their intentions are not good. It's not about the baby. It's about the check. They're telling us this. The instruction says, let me get 6 different one of you and collect this check. There's no value in you. I just want your seed so I can get some money on your behalf. And I don't care if they come after you or not. This is what they're saying. This is what the ladies are saying, y'all. This is what our nice women are saying. Now, I didn't create these women, but I am definitely into wanting women to be wives, wanting them to have more value. I don't know how we got here, y'all. The feminist movement has done so many things. We blame it for everything. Now, this is definitely what I would call sexual liberation, but who's winning in this? You mean to tell me you want to break your body down 6 times to receive $75,000 a year? What? And, take a risk of death? And for what? To have some money? We are so confused. I guess she's chasing the bag. Is that what we're doing? Chasing the bag by having babies? And then it looks like to me we have men that are willing to participate in it. Now, he may not see it that way. They may not see it that way, but it's a real thing, y'all. The man did not care about what a woman thought about a woman nor a child. So I'm going to need somebody to be smart. And the only thing I can control, which is nothing, and just myself, obviously. But I want to encourage women. This is why I encourage women to be wives. This is why I encourage women to preserve themselves, because this is all we have. We have our virtue. We have the virtue in our vagina. I'm not saying using it as a leverage. I'm not saying using it to get ahead, but that's who we are along with our femininity, and everything that we have is tied up in our virtue. Everything we have, every bit of value that we have is tied up in how we move in this world. Everything is tied up into that. Y'all know that. You see a woman that carries herself well, speaks well, dressed well. We like, oh, she's so sweet. She's nice. We see a woman that's loud and out of order. Oh my gosh, she's so masculine. What is she doing here? Go away. They don't even know what they don't know what virtue is. I don't even know, nowadays I'm thinking it's such a turnoff that men may not even have sex with them. I don't know that. But we understand that all this is tied in together for a woman. We need to be feminine. We need to be ladies. We need to protect our virtue. We need to be virtuous women. That all that means, y'all, is we're operating in high morals. We're not falling for whatever is going on. Now, I could call a lot of things out, but I don't want y'all to get mad at me. Y'all gonna have to make a decision on what you think is a high moral standard. Now, I have my own. Now, at Wife Ed, I will be telling you mine. And some of y'all might be shaking your head like, SB, that's way too much. That's way too much. I already know some of you shake your heads at some of the things I say right now. Girls trips. Oh, that's way too much. SB, I need my friends. Okay. But now I'm seeing your friends over here at the paint and sip walking. Them your friends. They sent somebody sending you pictures. They sent me one. Sent a whole video on how to do it. Or what we're doing. I ain't gonna say how to do it. What they're doing. Whole video. So I'm a married woman. They sent the video because they wanted me to see what young women or women were doing. Obviously, if it's a single woman and you trying to be married, you don't need to see those things. This is what I'm talking about. Raising your standards, being of high moral standards. You don't participate in that type of stuff. But I know that women are doing it. And there's videos out there that will, you can see it. I also go on these girls' trips just having random sexual partners because they thinking that they can level up, I guess, to what the men are doing. Women and men are not equal. You don't want to be a man, ladies. You don't. You don't have what it takes. You're not equipped to do that. You are not. And please don't let somebody continually deceive you to think that you do. You don't. And guess what, y'all? I hate to say it because I've been warned, but I'm going to keep calling it out. I'm going to keep calling it out. We are not men. It's not healthy for a woman to pretend like she got balls. It's not. We lose every time we participate in activity that is not becoming to a woman or to a lady. So when I see things like, have 6 kids in order to get $75,000, or when I see or hear women just having random sex with a man and actually producing a child, it always makes me wonder, where was her nurturing spirit? Could she actually be a good mom? Not, forget the fact that she's a single mom. I'm talking about her choice of man to get pregnant with. Like Aaron did say, shout out to you, Aaron. Aaron said when a woman laid down to have sex, she's basically saying, I'm ready to be a mom. She's not saying that, Aaron. But the reality of it is, you're right. It could possibly happen. So again, that goes back to the ladies and who are we choosing to have sex with. That's why I'm saying, again, preserve yourself. Actually, find out what God wants you to be as a woman or as a wife. Find out. The only way that can be done is if you clear your mind. And the only way you can clear your mind is to stop having sex. I know y'all don't understand it right now. I know it's probably sounding crazy because some of you all think that sex is the best thing in the world. Best thing in the world. But guess what? It's not. It's not. And eventually you will have enough or you'll be worn out and no good for nobody else and nobody else will want you. I don't want that to happen. You still want to be loved as a woman. You want to be cared for because that's who we are. We still want to be up under men, y'all. We do as women. That's one thing that we desire. But we have this movement here that's telling us we're sexually liberated. You can sleep with as many men as a man can sleep with women. And you can do this and you can, have oral sex in public. Men don't care. And y'all out here doing it. And it's on video. And you know what? These videos don't go away, y'all. We could show, anybody could see these videos. Anybody can see it, but they're on the videos doing it. I saw it myself, y'all. It's crazy. I don't know who the young man was that asked me about the exotic paint and sip, but he did ask me about it. He's trying to set me up, is what he did. I didn't know anything about it at that time, but I have seen videos now and I'm seeing what women are doing. Our women are out of control. And I'm saying our women because I do love women. I want women to win. I want women to be successful in marriage. This is a desire that I want. But it's so often I hear women, even married women, they're always talking about such selfish deeds. And I'm not trying to stay on a woman per se, but I'm a woman. I'm an elder woman. And you all are the ones that I can get through to. And y'all might say, no, you can't because I'm not going to listen to you. You don't have to, but you're still going to lose. You're going to lose in your relationship if you can't get this right. That we shouldn't desire as a married woman to go club hopping. Our relationship and strongest relationship we have should be with our husband. Our desires should be with our husbands, with our mates. Why do you marry a person, or how can you marry a person that you don't desire to be with or to build with? How do we do that? What are we getting married for? What? And I hear so much about marriage, y'all. I be visiting different places, and they are so concerned about being married. One breath, and then the other breath is like, why? Why? It doesn't benefit me. Yeah, it does, because we're still talking about it. Marriage is an option. We're talking about it. You want it, but you wanted it to be good. And I agree with you. I want a good marriage too. I pray for a good marriage. I work on a good marriage all the time. And that is where I'm at. And that is what I do. And I'm encouraging other people, if this is really what you want, because I know you want it, because that's how we were designed, y'all. We can't get away. Now, this is one thing you can't get away from. A man is a person that is in authority. He can't get away from it. I'm not saying he's a perfect person. I'm not saying it's been groomed in him, been supported with women telling him, mother, father, whomever. I'm not saying he's been taught the proper way to be that, but innately, that's who he's supposed to be. It is. It's who it's supposed to be. I can't take it from him. I cannot. A woman, we were designed to help that man. I don't know. I think I'm probably gonna say this every time I come here. We were designed to help men, help them, not be on the same level as them, not beat up them, not, all these things that we're doing. We're not equal to a man. I hear so many stories. I've been visiting so many different platforms where men and women, I think, men too, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. Some of the men speak as though we're equal. We're not, y'all. I'm not equal. You deserve submission and respect from a woman. Don't leave home without it. Don't be at home without it. If you have a woman in your life, you deserve respect and you deserve submission. If you got to sit her down and talk to her, and we got to do a darn graph to see what that actually looks like, do it. You deserve it as a man. You do. You do. And as a woman, and if a man has a woman in his life, we in marriage have to have love. We have to have love. We got to be loved. So this is not hard, y'all. It is not hard. The men love us because they're so sacrificial. They give their lives for their families. My husband would jump out in front of a truck if he thought a truck was getting ready to hit me. I know he would. I know how he responds now for stuff that ain't even going on. I know how he responds now to just simple stuff. And I'd be like, babe, I'm okay. He'd be like, oh, I thought this. No, it's okay. Because in him, he wants me to be, he's got some, ulterior motives. Right? He just wants me to be with him forever, of course, to which is a different thing. Sometimes we have to check ourselves. We get engulfed. Him and I have been together a long time. He doesn't want to talk about love. I'm going off the subject a little bit, but I'm just telling you how real things are. We're at ages now where a lot of people around us, are leaving, and so I don't mind talking about it. He does not want to talk about us not being together. So we have to check ourselves too, because life goes on if we are not here. And I got to make sure he's good, and he needs to make sure I'm good. And I'm not talking about insurance. I'm talking about the mental state of the two of us, because we've been together so long. We operate as one, and him not being here with me is deep. And the same for him. I have that type of love for that man that it would be, I can't even imagine, but I need to be able to talk about it. I need to know what God is doing if something like this would happen. See, people don't want to look at that. See, that's how good it is for us. That's how good it is. But I can't get selfish. If it's time for my husband to go or whatever happens, or if it's time for me to go, he has to understand that my time here is done. My time is done. I've loved you. I spent so much time with you. We've become one. We were successful at this. It's good. Rest. But he don't want to talk about it. He never wants to talk about it. But anyway, I just went off a little bit. I just did that because that was a conversation that he and I had like a couple of days ago. Because we're at that age, y'all. I mean, some say we're middle age, but we're not. I'm not going to live to be 100. I actually don't even want to live to be 100, y'all. I don't. Because I can't imagine this thing right here. I can't imagine this world in 20 years, let alone in another 50. I don't want to experience that. So I'm forcing him to talk to me about certain things. And, he's like, so I'm just telling you guys, marriage is good. Marriage is good. This is kind of life I want to live. And I want women to be able to experience this, because we do need to be covered. It's nothing like having somebody that has your back and that has your back. I'm in a great position. I want to share it. And I'm also that woman who a lot of men would say now that the odds are against me, or because I was a single mom, despite what nobody knows every facet of my story. And if they did, they probably wouldn't say those things, but still, I was a single mom. I'm my husband's second wife. So I was that one. I had so many exes against me. But guess what? It just doesn't work like that, guys. You don't check all the boxes. Sometimes you got to dig in and figure out who this person is. You got to figure out the character of this person. You got to figure out, how was this person raised? Is this a good person? Can this be a good wife? Because again, you can find somebody that checks all the boxes and be so foul as a wife, will never consider you as a husband. And those are things we got to be careful about, because that is what's going on now. You tell somebody, we got all these ideas about what a good woman and a good man looks like. And these women out here trying to turn themselves into that just for a time, so they can get what they want. And then once you're into that marriage, then they flip and do whatever they're going to do. That's why I'm sharing with everybody, especially the other night on Wife Life. Being a wife is a serious mindset change, guys. It's not mechanical. It's not operational, y'all. It's a mindset change. You're no longer a single person. So the things you do, they're not about you anymore. They're not about you. And this is something you have to will yourself to do. You can't just do them. You will have so much resentment for the other party if this is not coming from inside of you. And I know some of y'all are sitting back now just being like, what is she talking about? How in the world do you do this? It actually starts with a foundation, and that foundation starts with the relationship with your creator. Now, I say a lot of times, if y'all got something better than having a relationship with your creator, please let me know, because I do know that there are relationships that work that do not involve, they don't have a reverence for the creator, don't have a reverence for God. I get it. I understand that. So I really would like to know, I guess we're building everything on morals, but I don't know every long-term successful marriage that I know. And I don't know a lot of people, so don't get me wrong with this, y'all. I'm sure there's people out there that have business agreements that may last a long time. But the ones that I see that are successful, fruitful, that I can really count on, and it seems like it's a true relationship, there is a relationship first with the creator. There is a foundation for that marriage. It's just not something they ran into and did. It's actually, a real thing. And I think I heard today, y'all, that I think people believe in marriage, but they haven't really seen good examples of it. And I said that before. We really don't know what it looks like. And I can see that. Because guess what? I didn't know what it looked like either. Let me make sure I clear this up for you guys. My mother was a wife, and I say this all the time. She was a wife till death do us part. So I learned all the exteriors or the externals for being a wife for my mom. She did everything. She did everything she was supposed to do. She cooked, she cleaned, no matter what the situation. She was going to have food ready. She was going to make sure her kids were outstanding, dressed, everything. She didn't argue. She didn't fight. She was good. She was that wife. She was. Now, as a kid, like around 13 or so, I used to ask her, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? What are you doing? And, of course, she wouldn't say anything, but she treated my dad the way a husband should be treated, despite whatever he did. She never talked bad about him. She had his meals for him. She did exactly what she was supposed to do. So I had that. I was gifted in that way. I also had a father who was in the house with me. He had a work ethic that was out of this world. My dad I have never known him to miss a day out of work. I mean, even one day he went to work and got stung by so many bees. He still went back to work. He went to the urgent care center and then went back to work. I've never known him to miss a day out of work. And he was what we would call a simple man. He wouldn't be what we call a high value man. He would be what we call a simple man. But in his simplicity, he was very smart because he never took on more than what he could handle. Therefore, he never stressed his family. So, yeah, while I'm going through this, I don't know this. As I'm older and I'm looking back, I'm seeing all of this and it's all making sense. So that's why I can come and share these things with you and let you know these are the things that work. Now, these are the nuances of being married. This has nothing to do with the people. This is the nuances of being married. So when I say one pot, this is because I've seen this and I've seen how it works. When I say also women, don't stress yourself out, live within your means. That means whatever your husband is supplying for provision for you. I know this time that we're living in now is a bit different. I realize this, and there's maybe other things that we have to do. I get it. So you do have to adjust. But even in that, you still give reverence and know the order in which you fall as a wife. I could give my husband my whole check, but I'm still a wife. I can make triple the amount that his business is making, and I'm still a wife. I'm still putting it in that one pot. I'm still allowing him to be the man in my house, and I don't care about it. I don't care about it, y'all, because I trust him as my husband that much because he's shown me that he loves me. So I know he respects me in that I can trust him. Now, I know y'all gonna be like, what man can I ain't met that man yet. Hey, look, don't get married yet. Don't get married. Build your relationship with your creator first. Because see, you probably don't trust because you're not trustworthy. Did y'all hear me? Did I say that? I've never said that before out loud. These are the things I say in my head, but I'm going to say it again. You don't trust because you're not trustworthy. You're thinking about all the things that you could possibly do if you were in that position. Really, that's what's going on with us, y'all. So that's why I always say self-reflect and you build the relationship yourself with your creator. So you'll figure out who you are. Because I trust myself. I'm not a thief. I'm not going to steal from my husband. It's like stealing from myself. Why would I do that? So that's why it's okay for me to put it in one pot. I'm not going to steal from myself. And as soon as you can get to that, now look, again, I'm not telling you to put it in one pot. You can do what you want to with your money. I'm just telling you the things that work in marriage. And I'm telling you the things that eases the stress of being married, y'all. My mom didn't have the stress of paying bills. I mean, she paid the bills physically, but I'm talking about the money of it, the where's the money coming from, or this and that, because he came home and it went in one pot. She did what she had to do, and it was good. But she always lived up under his means, the house that he bought, the cars that he bought, it was all what he and his job could supply. And I've said this before, he's living off that job now at 82 years old, and he's been retired probably, y'all, for about 30 years. So I tell you, in his simplicity, he still was winning. He had no idea what he was doing when he was putting aside that 401k and doing all those things that he was supposed to do. He worked for a company. I ain't gonna tell you where it worked, but anyway, y'all know of the company. If I said it, everybody would be familiar with it. But that's what he did. And he worked there all his life. He only had one other job at 18 for a few months. And then from 18 or from 19 on, he worked at that company. So the stability and the security, that's what I'm always saying to you all. See, look, yeah, I learned from these old people. I learned from these old people. And I realize now that there may not be any old people for us to learn from. But I did. I watched them. Didn't know I was watching them until now. Well, not now, but before now. But I watched them and I saw how they moved. And it started to make sense for me. I learned from them. Listen, guys, I know you always saying that, sometimes, well, let me just put it this way. It is beneficial to be brought up in a home with a mother and a father. I'm not saying that it's a perfect situation and the child's going to always come out perfect, but I was able to see the dynamic, even though it wasn't a perfect situation, even though the marriage wasn't perfect. I saw it work, and it did work. They both played their roles. And that is what I'm here for, y'all. In my household, me and Mr. both play our roles. We do. But on top of that, we got a good relationship too. So that is what you really want. But we do have a good relationship and we both play our roles. So it is important that you do that. So that's why I'm here. And that's why I want to share with other people that marriage is good. And maybe it has not been demonstrated so much in our culture. But I'm here as an example. I'm sharing. I am only one person, but I'm seeing now that there are a lot of other people that are coming out and they're sharing their lives too, especially in my comment sections. But that's what we need to have. We need to speak on it more, because what we're hearing now, as far as, like I said, this is death. It is death to our culture, our community, to the Black race, to say that you're going to have possibly have 7 baby mamas and you're going to basically walk away from them and not be responsible for them. You can do it, but that's death to our culture. It really is. Because what are we doing? What are we building here? What are we producing? These children they're not going to have what they need to be able to function well. I mean, I hope that they do, but the likelihood of it is that they won't. But hopefully that the mothers that did have them, they have an opportunity to meet a man that does want to marry them, and he will embrace her and her child and go on and be married. And that sounds good. I hope that's that story. That would be my story, kind of, but because I was not a jump off. But anyway, that would be something that worked well. But if it don't happen, we will have lost children, lost men, lost boys and girls. And like I said, y'all, that's the death of us. I know y'all may not think that way. I'm an older woman. I see things a little bit different. But those of you that are smart enough to see down the street, around the corner, y'all can understand what I'm saying. And that's not what I want for us. It is written. I mean, there's going to be some of us to die away and this thing, whatever. But while we're here, we need to live the best that we can. We've heard Anton say it several times. I think he said it today, the strongest I've ever heard him say it before. And I heard and felt so much pain and in him today. So much pain. I mean, y'all may call it something different. Some might call it frustration. I heard pain. Today for him to say how trashy we were. How trashy, and I heard disappointment. Shout out to you, Anton. Anton is living his life. He's got a family. He's doing what he's supposed to do. But today he was met with big frustration, and I heard it. I heard frustration. I heard he was very upset. Y'all may not see it that way, but that is actually what it is, because the man tries to do good. Anybody that tries to do good and is met with total opposition, it hurts. It hurts. Anytime somebody wills to do well and it's met with total opposition, it definitely hurts. It's like, wow, what if I would have just stolen from you? Would you have responded to me better? So that's what you get. That's what I get. When I'm positive and my message is going out and I get people making crazy videos about me, saying all types of crazy things, it's like disappointment, because it's like, how come you didn't get it? Look beyond me. Hear what I'm saying. Don't concentrate on SB. Concentrate on what I'm saying. Be the best person that you can actually be. Don't concentrate on me. Hear me. Don't examine the Wonder Woman right now. Just hear what I'm saying. If it makes sense, do it. If you're not, apply what I'm saying. And that's what we really want you to do. That is my goal. That is my purpose. This is why I am doing Wife Ed. This is why I come to you guys on Friday. This is why me and Black men do these shows. Other people have lots of other agendas. Now, am I going to want to be more entertainment? Do I want to be more entertaining to you guys? I do. And I've already promised you all there's going to be some different things coming on. But guess what? We still going to be marrying. I'm still going to be trying to get everybody married. I am, that wants to be married. That's going to be my goal. It really is. So just note that it's a difficult thing to get up here and speak to you guys, and note that sometimes it's met with negativity when you know that this could really save some people. It really does. It's like, wow, what are we doing today? What are we doing today? How is this happening? How is this? And especially from our women, because our women are supposed to be adored. I know y'all thinking like, SB, what you talking about? Not these modern women. Yeah, these modern women weren't supposed to be so modern. They weren't. They were built for a purpose. And I know we've gotten away from that purpose. I know, but y'all, we still were built that way. It's innately in us. And there's absolutely nothing that anybody can do about it. I know what y'all saying. I know this is a switch. We're switching. I know that, it's going crazy. I get it. But we got to still stick to the program about who we are as women, because guess what? Even though There are a large majority of us that are hate men. Large majority of us is hate men. We just hate them. We just hate them. We're still getting underneath them. We're still having their babies. We're still taking care of them. We're still paying their bills. All while devaluing yourself because you, for some reason, don't want to be married or failing to get married. Why? I have no clue. None whatsoever. But that's what we're doing. And I'm trying to reach out to the women. And I get it, y'all. We also talked about, I've talked about this week too, about my elders. I do know that my elders are not giving a good message. I don't know why that is either. You know, I say this all the time. Why would a woman that is married, that has a husband, right? She has a husband, she's married. She go home every night. He's there. She cooks dinner for him. He helps her pay his bills. They pay bills together. They love each other. How can I advise? I got Mr. Boss here. I love him. How could I advise a young woman? You stay single. You don't need that. I ain't gonna let you even. I'm not gonna even want you to feel the way that I feel when I'm with my husband. I don't even want you to share in the marriage vows. I don't even want you to have that. See, that's not what we're saying. But what we are saying, or what we're advising, is that bad behavior is okay. How could a woman do that, y'all? How could an older woman sit back and watch these women giving oral sex in the middle of a floor and not say, hey, that's way too much. You went way too far. I understand you want to be liberated, but this is way too much. How can that happen? How can we do that? You know, who does that? That's crazy. But that's what we've been doing. That's what we've been doing. The elder women have not been advising the women in any way to do the right thing. In any way to do the right thing. So this is what you get. I mean, you know, when that happens, this is what you get. A death. Again, that's more like death than anything. So I'm pushing, y'all. I'm pushing. I like the fact, though, that everybody is talking about marriage. I do. I like that now because, again, like I said, a year and a half ago, we were warring. We were warring against each other. We definitely were. So I appreciate the fact that now that marriage is an option. So that's a good thing. Y'all give me just a second. I need to, hold on 1 second. Let me do something. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. Y'all listen, y'all probably don't know it yet, but I'm about to be in my new studio here. Soon Mr. Boss is getting it all straightened out for me. So it's coming soon, but I'm like partially in two places. So that's why things look a little different. That's why everything is moving crazy. But let me see if I can get this going for us. Hold on. Y'all know if this crashes, it's my fault. It's not Mr. Boss's, it's just all me. So that would be my fault if that happens. So let me just see if I can get this going. But anyway, y'all, like I said, if it crashes, it's on me, y'all. Mr. Boss is down there trying to help somebody do something. And I'm trying to get this going. All right, here we go. Here we go. Hopefully that's it. Here we go. Yeah, y'all. I think I'm back going this time. Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, I think we got it going this time. All right, y'all. I hope y'all can still see me because like I said, we're in a new place right now. And my everything is off a little bit, but we're trying to get it back in order. Let's see. Yeah, I think I got it back in order. He's gonna come up here and go crazy, y'all. He's gonna come up here and go crazy when he gets here. Let's see what we got. Am I okay? Thank you, Christopher, because I cannot tell where I'm at. Yeah, we're getting everything together here, and we getting some things delivered, and the delivery people are very, very take a long time. Big Ant, how you doing, y'all? Listen, I'm trying to get my comment section going because it's like on the blink, but I'm trying to get together. I see some. It just went away. Big Ant, good to see you. Thank you so much for your $20 super chat. Let me see, can I get it back up to read it? Ant, listen, it's Friday night. What you doing tonight? Hey, SB, still single and still two-stepping. Look at you. Thank you, Big Ant. Listen, we're going to do the money line in just a little bit. But like I said, Mr. Boss is handling some business at the moment. He got me behind. Y'all, you know what, y'all? I am broadening my horizon. T-Sweets, how you doing? I am broadening my horizon now because I am like, I got the controller in my hand. So listen, y'all, if we just lose all type of broadcasting, don't get mad at me. Nurse Fancy, what's going on with you? AL, hello. It's good to see you. Did I miss? I know I missed a lot, y'all, because my comments were like jammed up. Let's see what I missed. Let's see what I missed. I know y'all had some questions back then. Marriage is dead. Ooh, Jersey says marriage is dead in the Black community. Our divorce rate is higher than our marriage rate. Jersey, you are exactly right. But those people are the people that are getting divorced. Marriage is still the institution of love and God and all that good thing. And if you want a marriage, you can do it, Jersey. I've been married 27 years. Why would you don't become a stat? You can create your own situation. You can definitely create your own situation. I never live by what other people do. I create my own reality. That's why I'm here talking to you guys. Because if we all made ourselves subject to what the world does and we made that our norm, how would we be? How would we be? Would we be just like simple-minded people? Well, the world says we probably gonna get divorced. And I've heard somebody actually say this. I've heard somebody actually say that. The world says we're gonna get divorced. Most of us are going to get divorced. Well, you can decide to do that, but maybe you're going to be the one that won't. XDMC, how are you? What I really respect about you is that you found happiness in marriage and you want to share and shout it out. That's possible. I'm 32 years in successfully. And what else do you say back here? My bottom part cut off. Yeah, I tell you, I'm manning this thing and the bottom part done cut off on me now. Here we go. But guess what? XDMC, you were one of the ones I was thinking about because I know that you that way. And I also know what you say. You always say that your wife tells you this. I hear you, see you. All right, then listen, you definitely, I want you to continue to do so because too many people don't believe in marriage anymore and they're blaming marriage. Marriage is not the problem. It's the people. A lot of times there's no examples of what a good marriage looks like. Security boss, let's see. Christopher Lee, thank you for this. He said, security boss, that's just Satan utilizing other people to attack you and distract you from the mission. I absolutely know that. And I think today, the things I saw today over on Anton's channel, that was actually what was going on with him too. Because I remember that man, Illa, who I've been on a panel with Illa a couple times, and he spoke real strong about hating Christians. And I'm like, well, dang. So what did the Christians do? He spoke real strong. And I hated that he did that because he's been a cool guy with me. He's threw a few daggers here and there. He kind of picked at me a little bit. But hey, isn't that what we do on these panels? Kind of pick at each other. But, it didn't faze me. But for him to say such strong words against Christians, kind of like, whoa, hitting gems. He says, SB, that's not what he was saying, nor was it what they were talking about. Okay, so you got to help me out, hitting gems. Let me go back and see what you're saying. What did I say? Who was saying? I may be wrong about something. And then maybe I took a different approach to something. So you got to help me out, hitting gems. It's all good. I don't mind. Let's see what did I say they were saying. Good. Let me see. Hitting gems. Go ahead and put it in the comment section again if you don't mind. I know I'm backwards, but put it in there again. I'm going back up because I got my comment section working now. It was not operable a little bit ago. So what did I say that somebody didn't say? I would love to know. Hey, Bria. It's good to see you yesterday. It was good to see you. Did I say something wrong, y'all? Did y'all hear me say something that somebody said that they didn't say? SB, grandparents were married for over 68 years. Lonnie, you seen marriage work. That sounds good. That sounds good. Hidden Gems, KGY, how are you? Good to see you. Inez, good to see you. KGY, tell me what you're talking about. What did I say that somebody said that they didn't say? I might have taken a different approach, or maybe I heard something you didn't hear. I don't know. Mr. Joe, it's good to see you. The difference is women of today aren't marriageable. That's not true. There are some marriageable women. There are some marriageable women. Guess what though? Who was that said that? Even though they may not be so. Let me say it like this. I'm gonna need for you. It's hard, I think, for men nowadays to identify with what a good woman looks like, because sometimes we all look alike. Let me say it that way. We all look alike. What is weird is, Mr. Scotland, how you doing? What is weird is Michael B. Jordan can be considered corny, and yet a man with 7 baby mamas can be with a lot of women. And what else you say here? Let me see. The Pookies. You know what? I'm not really understanding this Pookie thing. I don't know if I ever really did. The Pookies can be seen as cool in the Black community, um, not educated lames. Well, you know what? I'm a little bit out to lunch on this name calling. Why we can't just get it right? You know what exactly is a Pookie? I'm seeing Pookie as someone that is just irresponsible. You know what I mean? Hey, Miss Parker, thank you. I'm seeing Amber. How are you? I'm just seeing it as somebody that's irresponsible. Um, I don't know, I don't think that's what women. I mean, are y'all trying to say Pookie like got it going on or something in some way? I mean, is that what we're trying to imply? I mean, why would we be doing that? That doesn't make sense to me. I think women like who like them. That's what I'm thinking. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. You are not wrong, Mr. and Miss Security Boss. Hey, Black Lexicon. Y'all tell me that. Shea Butter Beauty, how are you? Yeah, I forgot the judge. I forgot the judge. She just lost her husband. Yeah, she did. Oh, y'all, did y'all see the TikTok video of her? Look like she was about to just lose it. Yeah, that's a big deal. That's what I was talking about, Shea Butter. That is exactly what I was talking about. But look at, let's see here, what you say here. Look at the But look at that. She all alone, and she was married woman. So the talking point die alone is for everyone. Well, listen, Shea Butter, we came here by ourselves. We're gonna leave here alone. I don't care what nobody say. Don't let nobody, don't let the talking points get you down. At least give up 99 and a half SV. Mr. Edward. Listen, Shea Butter, we came here by ourselves. We're gonna die alone. I hate the fact, but we are. We can't be selfish though. That's one of the things me and Mr. Boss was talking about. That was one thing that kind of, we don't want to talk about it, but we're over half our life. We are. You all got life to live. That's why I want y'all to make some good decisions and find a husband to get up underneath and try to enjoy. Stop being selfish. Be humble. Be humble to the fact that a man has chosen you and he's willing to take care of you. Now, if he's not willing to love you and take care of you, I should say it this way, if he's not willing to give you security and stability, then that may not be the one for you. Understand that, y'all. Understand that security and stability, love, security, stability, the things that come with love, the patience, the kindness, the long suffering, whatever it is, you're my wife. I'm here. I'm covering you. If a man is not willing to give you that and he knows nothing about it, y'all got to slow down. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk about being married. Let's see what being married looks like. Let's go get some instructions on what it looks like. Let's have some marital counseling because it's a big deal. We're telling each other that we're becoming one. Hey, Tisha, we're becoming one. This is what we're doing. We're saying, I'm becoming one with you. I want to be with you. I want to be with you. I want you to be with me. But if I don't know what that looks like, y'all, I'm going to fail you every time. I think a lot of times, y'all, that we think that our men are just so perfect. They're supposed to know everything. They're supposed to have it all together all the time and, all that different stuff. And it's quite interesting when you learn that they don't always have it together. They too have to learn and adjust. We have to adapt to them. Our men are different. I have the big guy. I have the one that's quiet, but very loving, very affectionate type man. I've told y'all once before, that wasn't me. I learned my behaviors from my mom. My mom is standoffish. She was one of them, y'all may not know this word, but some would call her sadiddy. She's like a sadiddy type woman, like that. She was that type of woman, always prim, always proper, the lady. She ain't gonna let you see her sweat. That type of woman. That was my mom. I learned from her. And those type people are not very affectionate. Not that they don't want to be. It's just, if they don't have that person that is affectionate to them, they could really live without it because they you know, this is how we were. And I learned that from my mom. And I tell everybody, I tell y'all that before I give examples, I self-reflect on who I am. I have to keep it real with who I am because I need some correction. I needed some improvement. I needed to adjust and adapt to my man. And I couldn't do that thinking that I had everything together. I had to recognize where I'm failing, right? Dog, people hug each other and kiss each other like this all the time. Yeah, it's okay to do that. My husband taught me that, but he was willing to do that. He was willing to do that. So he saw some things in me and he was willing to work those other things. Like, we talk about those traumas. See, I didn't even know it existed. And I'm not going to even call it a trauma. It didn't keep me from loving him, but the not being affectionate. I'm not going to say intimacy. I'm saying affection. The affectionate part was like, what are you doing? Right. Because my family didn't speak of love, you know, their love language was, I'm going to give you, I'm going to buy you, I'm going to make sure you got this, I'm going to make sure you got that. That's how that was my family's love language. Mom and dad never came to me and said, I love you. Or they never would give you that big old hug. I know you need a hug. That didn't happen in my house, my mom and dad house. Now that happens in my house, but that was something I had to get used to. But I had to realize that I was a bit defective because it didn't happen. So that's like going to be, so any of those ladies that are here tonight, that are going to be with wife ed, and I've already contacted the ones that have actually reached out to me, and I've reached back out to you all. The first day of wife ed is going to be all about self-reflection. So if you want to start thinking about it now, please do. But we're going to be self-reflecting. We're going to be self-reflecting because we got to figure out who we are before we become good wives. Before we can have that great relationship with our creator, we have to self-reflect and figure out where we're broken. We got to figure out where we're lost. We got to fix some things, but we first have to account for where we're broken. So I hope y'all can hear that. Now, Mr. Edward, you left me a comment a while back. He says, SB, before the sip and paint, there were videos of entire bridal parties sleeping with male strippers, sleeping with them, mostly unprotected. Oh, bride to be included the day before her wedding. Ooh, Mr. Edward, you know what? You're right about that because I remember Black Men Unfiltered told me a story about how a lady at her bridal shower actually got pregnant and had to actually tell the husband. I think she told the husband, and he married her anyway. But she got pregnant and she carried the baby. And wait a minute, yeah, I'm messing up the story, but my point is it happened that way too. Yeah, Black man, some of y'all were there, but Black man told a story about how that happened with a young woman. She had sex at her bridal shower the night before she got married. The husband married her though. He married her and he took care of the baby. I asked him, I said, can I please get them on the show? I want to know how you get past that. I need to know how you get past that, y'all. Because he knew prior that she had done that. Now, I don't know how she found out she was pregnant, y'all. I'm missing some very important parts, y'all. So don't kill me for it. I'm missing some important points, but that has definitely happened. So, Mr. Edward, I know that you're right about that. And guess what? Finding out, having more information about this sip and paint, I'm understanding now those ladies are a part of a bridal party. That's a new thing. They're doing things like that now instead of the regular, I guess, going to the club or renting a van or whatever they do. They're now incorporating the sip and paint. So it has gotten much worse. The lost good man in Jersey. You not lost. Oh, excuse me, the last. Y'all, can't see too well, but here we go. That dude was the king of simps. She should have been abandoned at the altar. Well, for some, they wouldn't even gotten to the altar, and she gave him an opportunity. But you know what? I don't know. I would like to know how they did that. I want to know how they got through with that. I want to know what it is that, they were not married because this was before, but she still cheated and she got pregnant. So I don't know how they worked that out. I'm almost like you, the last good man in Jersey. I'm almost like you. I think I might have, if I was a man, I don't think I could have went through with it because I don't know if I would have been able to trust the fact that she was going to be committed to me. I don't know what would have made me believe that this woman was going to do me right from here, that point on. Dr. Steele say it is a possibility that the sisterhood tried to set her up. No, listen, the sisterhood can't make you sleep with somebody now. Come on now. Dr. Steele, the sisterhood cannot make you sleep with somebody. She did all that on her own. I'm not going to even give her any excuses. She had to give herself to that man knowingly. That's just how I go. Trey, how you doing? Trey, I saw you on the, where did I see you today? Oh, I saw you on Trigger Mike's podcast earlier today. I hope you're doing well up there talking about, I need to know why I'm getting married. You know why you're getting married. You're not, but I'm just saying. How you doing? It's good to see you. M Mills, it's good to see you. Listen, it's very nasty, I think, to have be ready to be married somebody. Again, like I said, not to be humble enough to accept that your man is getting ready to marry you to the point that you go have sex with one of the bachelors. Now, that tells me he was very random. There was no condom. Y'all, she gonna say she was drunk. She's gonna say that she was drunk. So, I don't know. So listen, guys, Mr. Boss now has come back to work. Should we fire him or should we allow him to have his job? Mr. Boss, we owe some people the Moneyline, but let me go up here and just see who it is. Again, I didn't go far back. The comment section was not working, but we got it working. I've explained to them and apologized that we are moving, not really moving, but creating a new place for me to be. It was Big Ant. Big Ant gave a $20 super chat. And let's see who else. See that we had somebody else. Did I miss somebody else, y'all? If I did, forgive me. Let me go back up here and check it out. Let's see. But anyway, y'all, in just a minute, I have talked long enough. I hope y'all Hey, Sherelle. I hope y'all understand about me and marriage. I got it. You ready for it? Okay. All right, y'all. So I hope y'all understand about me and marriage. I'm going to have Mr. Boss drop the link because I do know that some of you might feel differently when it comes to the responsibility of the man, the young man who thinks he may have fathered the 7 kids, and the woman actually given ideas about how to have 6 different men to have babies by. Again, too, the young man who, it was a Mr. Jims. I forgot the Jims. You said I said something that didn't mean. I have no idea what you're saying that I said, but I said a lot. So if I misquoted somebody or if I took a different approach, let me know exactly what you're saying that I said that was incorrectly. I would love to know that. And maybe we could talk about it because I don't know what I said that was wrong. But Big Ant, I've already read it, but he does get the money line. So we're going to give you the money line, Big Ant. Thank you for your $20 super chat. And it is the weekend, so you enjoy yourself while you can.
Moneyline, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Moneyline, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline.
Yeah.
Dearly beloved.
All right, y'all. So y'all see Mr. Boss is back. Okay, so I think that was it, y'all. If I missed a super chat while the comment section wasn't working, I will definitely make sure I reach out and say thank you. Or if Mr. Boss is going to try to find it now, so we can definitely show appreciation for your support. But if not, we're going to actually drop the link in just a little bit because I want to hear what you all got to say because I've been getting so many different angles on the responsibility of the children once we've gotten together and gotten pregnant. I do understand that the women do control this. A woman does not have to have a child. I'm not requesting or suggesting that a woman have an abortion by any means. I want women to protect themselves and I want women to preserve themselves. So I don't want them to have no sex. But if for whatever reason they ain't listening to me or don't care what I'm saying, they may go out and have sex. And if that's the case, I would say to them, protect yourself. Preservation is the best, but I definitely would love to see that you preserve. Let's see what we got here. Mr. Evans. Oh, hold on. Okay. Let's see. All right. So anyway, Mr. Boss is going to drop the link in just a little bit. And then I want to hear what you all have to say because I've said a lot today. I have definitely what stand on I'm standing on my square about marriage. I am definitely doing that. I'm still letting y'all know that I advocate for marriage. I still think that's the best place for a couple to be in. Let me say this though, because it was one part that I didn't mention tonight. I did mention it the other day, and I think this is something good that you all may need to hear. I also believe that men and women in marriage should be incentivized to actually be married. Too often we incentivize bad behavior. We talk about this all the time. We have women out there that are single moms, and we obviously know now they're being single to actually, um, it's somewhat like fraud, though. If they're actually having babies to get money off of the federal government or whatever, their intentions are not good. That's fraud to me. So if we understand that there are women out there that are willing to do something like that, I definitely would like for that to be, regulated more heavily and give an incentive out there to people, men and women who want or make a decision to get married. Marriage is an option. That is actually a good way to raise a child. I get it that y'all be like, nah, they don't love that person. They just was this, they just was that. I'm saying to you all, if a woman knew that she wouldn't get help or assistance from the government, maybe she would make better decisions on picking the man that she decides to sleep with. So maybe we wouldn't have all these issues at all in any way. Maybe it would be a totally different situation. And if that's the case, then I think that's what we need to get down to. Now, someone asked me what would be the incentive. I say everything. If it's homes, if it's home you need, if it's food, whatever that person or that couple would need. Now, the regulation to it would only be for a time. We wouldn't allow anyone to live on this situation your whole entire life or the whole, I would say maximum 10 years. That would be the max. And then after that, we would have also, we have taught them how to be, taught them a trade or what have you, taught the man how to take care of his wife, taught the woman how to be a wife, a mother, and all of that. All of those things would come into that program of incentivizing the marriage. So after about 10 years, they would be successful. We wouldn't have to worry about this repeating itself, because right now we're losing. Like I said, y'all, this is like the death of us for a woman to go out and have 6 kids so she can get $75,000 a year. That's like crazy talk. And then it's also the death of us when we talk to a man and he's like, man, I done put 7 kids out here and I don't care nothing about them. And I ain't taking care of them. That's like crazy talk to me because it's like, listen, I may be getting ahead of myself, but I just don't think that man is that cruel. I think a lot of this is for entertainment. I think a lot of it is. I'm hoping all of it is. I'm hoping none of this story is true. We're going to find out in about 2 or 3 weeks that it's all fake. And, I'm hoping that's the case. I don't know, but I'm hoping that this person is not that nonchalant or non-caring, because if he is, y'all got to know it's going to come up in other areas outside of his relationships with women. So I'm just hoping that's the case. So listen, see, Hidden Gems. Are we ready to bring them up? Hidden Gems, can you show your face real quick back there? We need to know who you are. I've seen you in the there you go. Hello. All right. Thank you. Hidden Gems, how you doing?
I'm doing good, security boss. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Can you tell me, you know what, my comment section wasn't working, so my timing was off with my comments. So can you tell me what you were talking about?
Basically, ma'am, no, it wasn't an argument or anything. It was just that, the whole thing last night between Anton and Ella, it almost seemed premeditated.
Oh.
I mean, Ella came in and, believe it or not, he kind of looked like, Anton, they had a little argument or just a disagreement. Anton, of course, used certain words that I believe Illa took personal when he said he's not him and whatnot. And you know how Illa is, he takes a lot of things personal depending on his understanding of the argument. And at that point, he shot back at Anton. Anton got a little more personal. Then Illa brought Anton's wife into it, and it was just a calamity.
Yeah.
But the truth of the matter is, you've got Anton on one end that is all about, I don't want to say self-preservation, bringing up a certain group, those that want those that share his opinions, those that share his angles and how the black community, and of course, who is more.
It's going in and out. But I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and you're right about that. Can you hear me? No.
Yes, I get you. Okay.
No, I agree with you with that. But I am also on panels with Illa before, and when I first met Illa, it was a little bit off too. But of course, I'm a woman. I didn't say anything. I just took note. But he made a comment about, and this was
Right.
today. He made a comment about Christians.
Uh-huh.
It was kind of strong, and I was like, "Dang, where's
Oh
that
no.
coming from?" So I heard
No,
him
he
say,
definitely has had arguments where he's lost his faith. I've seen
"Okay,
that.
okay." See, I don't know him. Every time, I mean, when we're on the panels, after the first time that I met him on the panel, after that, it kind of settled down a little bit. But I mean, I don't have a problem with him, but it's like you said, sometimes it's a little bit, when you first meet a person, it's like, hey, wait a minute, why are you saying that to me? I don't know you. But anyway, I never thought he felt that way about the Christian faith as much as when he said it today. So I'm thinking, why did Illa? But I've never had a problem with Illa outside of that. But it's very disappointing. I'm talking about Anton now. I know he's disappointed because he does I heard frustration, and I heard that from him today, and I also heard hurt. That was painful to
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Pain. Because that's how it is. When you go to help people and it's almost like it's just turning on you, it's painful. It is. So some of
No,
the things,
definitely.
yeah. So when he's strongly saying, trash, I mean, I hear what he's saying, but I also see it for what it is. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, the thing about Anton is that he's right now he's so frustrated. I think he's blind with a little bit of anger.
Yeah.
Okay, because the truth of the matter is, I listened to a little bit of his. Well, I listened to a bit of his show, and plenty of people called in and jumped on his side. Which if I had to choose, I'd say they both were in the wrong. But plenty of people stuck up for Anton. And plenty of people, they stuck up for Ella, but nobody that I heard condemned just one, if that makes and the truth of the matter is, Anton and Ella are basically two radicals on two different sides of the fence, and they both claim to be for the black people. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they aren't, but they both have different ways of solving this issue that we have. My belief is that it all comes down to the lack of respect for each other and for ourselves. I think that's really what's been, part of our problem in our community. The fact that we just have no respect. We're not taught to respect. Nobody really teaches what respect is. But the two of them have two different ways of healing the community. And Anton's is help those who want to help themselves and let the rest fall by the wayside. And Illa's is, try and get everybody motivated, but at the same time, they're both too radical. So it's just, they're not going to see eye to eye anytime soon.
No, they're not, and they won't. If you have a different belief system or the way you live your life, all that comes into play. I happen to think because Anton mentioned character. Character is very important.
It is.
It's very, very important when you're talking about respect and building and helping. I actually don't think you can do it unless you have character. So it's absolutely, I'm not saying Illa doesn't have character. I'm just saying if we don't display a certain amount of integrity, character, honesty, we can't help someone. We can't
Right.
we can't show someone something different than what they already live in, then you're not doing anything. Because the
I will
idea,
say, yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
no, you're fine. Go ahead.
I was going to say, a lot of times I hear y'all's panel, and I love when Amira comes in, working with the Muslim culture, teaching them for I don't know how many years. A lot of them don't have love starting off in their relationships, but they have plenty of successful marriages, and a lot of it, I've talked to the men and whatnot, and it starts off with respect, honor, and reverence, to an extent. They understand that when they choose to marry these people, first of all, their families vet their families, right? So they make sure that these people are coming from good backgrounds. Then on top of that, they build their families and their love and whatnot out of respect for each other, respect for the man's vision and whatever he has for the family and whatnot. And I look at them, and although they have their own issues, they still have quite a few problems that we experience because can't live in this world in America and not adapt some of the issues along with some of the culture. But I don't see an issue with respect. I don't see an issue with respect.
I think the major thing that we're missing is with Amira's culture and any, outside of the United States, other countries, they have a belief system. Everybody, most people, they have the same belief system. And when you have the same belief system, that's a foundation there that supersedes you and your wants. So you hang on, or you do things to please that foundation. Does that make sense? You're building into that foundation. So your whole objective is to be right and in order. And our community and our culture, we don't have that belief system. We don't have it. So you might have some over here that have a belief system, but the others over here don't have that. So we're just kind of like, flying with at the seat of our pants, just doing whatever. And it's not producing life. It's producing death. But I don't know why all don't see it that way. Some people, they just say, I'm doing what I want to do. Or they'll say something like, well, whatever works for you. But that's not true. It doesn't work for you. It's just maybe pleasing for the moment, but it's not producing anything. Those other cultures, as you see, you named them, they produce. They're constantly producing. We don't produce anything. No. So to try to get to, and then the one thing that definitely holds them together, like you said, their marriages are put together. They don't, the parents say, you're going to be with this person. And it's not in love, because love is not what holds them together anyway. It is the belief system, is the covenants that they make. It's I'm not going to fail my family. This is the tradition that we have. This is what has to be done. It's almost like a automatic evolution. You know what I mean? Once I
can see that.
The next thing on my paperwork is this. We don't deviate from it. You can't deviate from it. You deviate from it, we have problems. But no one, and our life should be structured that way too. And I would say mine somewhat is. I messed up, of course, but our life is not like that. And, as far as the Black community, and, I doubt I'm not going to say I doubt it. We're not going to get back there, because everybody has a different way of thinking. And I don't know how it happened this way. I don't know why it's this way. I have no idea, but that's what we're lacking. We don't have a belief system that everyone, has. So,
well, let me say this, I'm Christian through and through. I have my days where my months and years where I thought about converting over to Islam. But, when you understand the Bible and you understand the Quran, for the most part, you see that they go hand in hand. The thing about it is that I know we always like to talk about how Jesus preaches understanding and forgiveness and acceptance. But, the thing is that Christianity has become so fluent that we use it in the words of the Bible how we want to. And so people, we don't have a direct understanding of Christianity like they do in the Quran. Mm-hmm. I mean, when you look at it, the Bible has how many interpretations? You got the King James, you got the NIV, you got this and that. And depending upon how you arrange the words, who says it, what context you use surrounding it, the Bible has been manipulated to control masses of people, white, black, and indifferent, for generations upon generations upon generations. And the thing is that until we have, for the most part, a unanimous understanding of what's written and how it is to be interpreted, like the Quran, or like some of these other beliefs, we're going to be lost in a maze. It's going to be, based on what you were saying, how they have a belief system that's the foundation of everything. Our belief system is ever changing, flowing in the wind, depending upon who reads it for you, and we hear Anton all the time say, you're just quoting scripture. What's the context behind it? Because context matters.
But you know what? For me, when I say belief system, I'm not talking about a particular religion. I'm saying I'm saying we're missing the total relationship that we should have with our creator. See, for me, all that is revealed or interpreted to you once you build and give reverence to the relationship to the person that created you. It doesn't have to be a secret. It doesn't
Okay.
have to come through being a Christian or Christianity. It doesn't have to come through that because this is a way of life. This is not something somebody told you. That's why you just quote scripture. You kind of get what I'm saying? See, when things
Gotcha.
are a way of life, you don't have to tell me how to move. I know how to do it because I have a relationship with the person that created me. You know, I have a relationship with my father, so he's determining my movements. I'm checking in, and he's telling me how to do this. He's telling me how to do that, which may line up perfectly with what is in the Bible or that has been interpreted in the Bible. It may, but then again, it may not. But it may. And if it does, you know it's been confirmed. But we don't even believe that. I don't think
No, we
people
don't.
even know about their creator. They're scared to try it because I think they think it ties into religion. And I'm saying, no, you were created for a purpose. That's just always why I tell men and women. We were created for a purpose. A man has one. He was given dominion over everything. That's how it was. You know, a woman was his helpmate. Let's just fall back and just learn that. Let's talk to him. Let's talk daily. Let's pray to him daily to find out, okay, what am I supposed to be doing right now? See, this puts us on a high moral scale because we're going directly to the person who created us and we're getting it from him.
Okay.
We're digging in and all those things. You could read any book at that time and you will be able to identify what is good and what is not. If you actually go to the person that actually, I should say, interpreted or inspired it. But see, we don't want to do that. We just want to pick up the book and try to remember the things that are in it and then quote, which gives you no power because you don't have the spirit of the person that wrote it.
Well, let me ask you this: would there be a problem with the person interpreting?
I don't know who would.
Because depending on who's hearing this word or who's receiving the message from God and how they're interpreting it and how they're presenting it to other people to be heard or to be accepted. Don't we kind of fall back into some of the problem that we depended upon that person's aim,
If
their
that's
angle?
if that's what you're
Uh,
depending on, that's why I say don't do that. That's why I
uh,
say build the relationship on your own. I can talk to you guys all day long
yeah,
and never quote one scripture, but everything I say, not everything, but most things I say can align directly with a scripture. And
okay.
I never have to use one. I have people all the time that leave, they'll say, today you did this, today you did this, you said this, and they'll be exactly right. And I never quoted a scripture because I always build on the relationship because I've heard there are people, you already know this, there's people that know the Bible inside and out, know
Yeah.
it inside and out, and they are the devil. And they will manipulate you, have you drinking the purple Kool-Aid before have you drinking the purple Kool-Aid before you know it. So that's why you have to build the relationship yourself so you will know exactly what you're here for and what you're doing and what, your way of life needs to look like. And that's something that we don't have, but we can't say that about the other faiths or
Other
beliefs
place.
because
Yeah.
it's the same for them and they can quote it out to you. They don't quote it. It's the way that they live. That's why it's okay for a husband or a daddy, two fathers to put their daughter and their son together and it be okay. It's accepted. Nobody says nothing. It's just, okay, I got you. This is what I'm going to do. No pushback. No, oh, I don't like him. None of that. This is what you're going to do. And it's done. Right? So I appreciate you though. I appreciate you
Of
so much.
course.
It's very good meeting you. And thank you so much for your support here. Um,
Always a blessing.
Definitely come back, continue to do so. I love having conversation. I'm not about arguing. You know that. But I love to have the conversations because this is what we need to grow.
For sure.
All right. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
SP.
Bye-bye. Dr. Steele,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Good.
You, you know, uh, you know, I hear about the men with 7 baby mamas all over these YouTube streets, and from you talking, it came to mind. It's gotten to the point where people have been performing all the different parts of a marriage all for the wrong reason. I don't know which started first. First with sex, right? It was
Mm-hmm.
meant for married people. But now it's been that way for a while. Now we're using it for pleasure and for recreational purposes. And I'm not for sure about the statistics. If it's half the time, it ended up with a love child. In this guy's case, 7 love children. Another thing also that I've noticed is that the reason for having a child might have been for the wrong reason too. In some cases, you
Mm-hmm.
mentioned you mentioned about some women want to have babies to get that money.
Yeah. They're giving instructions on how to do it. That's just so, I don't know if this is valid or not. I don't know where she got her information from, but just to reduce a child to a monetary value is like ridiculous, because do you know how hard one child is? Can you imagine 6 on one woman? Because remember, she never married any of them. So she's going in this alone for
And
$75,000.
just for the money. But I mean, she got to turn around and take care of all these babies. And let me tell you this: if she get paid all that money, do you think she's using that money, at least some of that money, to take care of those children, or is it for something else?
I don't know. I can't even see my way around any of it. I just can't see a woman out there trying to get pregnant by different men in order to have a child that you don't want, particularly that you know what I'm saying, that you don't love and care for. And then you're hoping that when you have the baby that the daddy disappears so you can go get you a check or something. That is so I'm telling you, the thought process of that is totally deaf. I mean, because she's not producing anything good. There's nothing good going to come out of that. And whomever tries it, do you know they may lose their mind in the process?
I can
Definitely gonna
believe
lose
that.
themselves. They definitely gonna lose themselves. The ratio, you post what is it? Teachers and daycare centers, what is it, 1 to 3? You might can have one now. I think it may have gone up, but one teacher to maybe 3 kids. I think some may have 5 kids. But what's the 6th kid gonna do? Who gonna take care of that one? So that means somebody is being totally neglected. We're in a car, we're in a minivan. How many seats can a minivan, how many seats are in a minivan? Is it 7 or 8? I don't know. But just think about all that. We all can't even go somewhere together because the ratio is off. It's too many kids to the parent. And I just thought it was crazy that someone would do that. But it's a real video. She actually did it. And I'm thinking, wow, we definitely need to take it down, but we ain't taking it down. We're like looking at it, and somewhere some woman is saying, you know what, maybe I won't have 6, but I could maybe do 3 like that. 3 might work, you
Uh,
know?
Yeah, yeah. Some people do not think, at all. Do not think about the repercussions or what they're actually doing or what have you. Now, back to the man with 7 baby mamas. Now, from my understanding, the man told the women up front that he doesn't care for them. He just want to have sex with them. If you have kids, too bad. You're on your own for that. And I see 2 things wrong with it. Number one, from the man's part, why in the world would any man want to have sex with so many women and not like them?
It's a
For the
release.
life of me, I don't understand.
It's just a release. It's just a release. I've heard a lot of things about. No, no. That's something that men will do. If it's easy for them, then they'll do it, and it's a release for him. He's already said he cares nothing about them, so he's just doing something, and they're allowing it to happen. And he's already said he put everything on the table. I mean, it sounds like an irregular conversation, but I can't imagine a man coming saying, I don't want you. I don't want your baby. You get pregnant, I'll pay for an abortion. That's kind of like, to me, that would be a major turnoff. But I guess for some women, it's like, okay, come on. I don't know. I mean, again, I hope he's not telling the truth. I hope in a couple of weeks we'll find out that this is just a joke. And
Yeah,
he's like, I think he's like on TikTok or something. I don't know where he is, but this may have been all for that. You know, in this time, like in the last couple of months or last year or so, people have been doing anything to get clicks and likes, right? So maybe, just maybe this is for that. I don't know, but I couldn't figure out why now. Why are you coming out now telling this story? What is the significance to now? Because you've already said that you're not paying child support. You've already said they don't know your name. You already said they don't know where you live. So basically, he's not complaining about anything unless I'm, you know, he's not complaining. So what do you want now? Why are you telling us this story? And why didn't you tell us that baby number 3? Why didn't you tell us that baby number 5? You know, when did you have all these 7 kids? Because I'm gonna tell you something, and this is just a thought for me. He didn't feel the same way about baby number 1 that he felt about baby number 7. Because when a woman comes up to you and she says she's pregnant and you don't have any, and she's just saying, I'm pregnant and you're baby number 1, you're thinking different. You're not thinking, I'm going to have 6 more women tell me the same thing in a couple of years. I need to respond this way. You're thinking totally different. But the fact that he is saying that he didn't think different, all of them need to get rid of them. It's a little, you know, I'm like, you had one baby, one woman came to you and said, I have this baby. What we're going to do about it? And he was like, you better get rid of it. Maybe he said that, but I don't think it happened prior. It might have happened after the child was here, you know, but I don't know. It's just strange. And then we don't know like over what time period he had these kids. Did they all come within 2 years? Did they all come within a year? Again, I just think that he wouldn't have responded to baby number 1 the same as he responded to baby number 7, because, it just seems different. It just seems different to me, but I don't know.
And I think from my understanding, I was wondering, did I hear him say he was willing to pay for those deletions?
Yeah, he said that.
You know,
he was being a little cruel, though. I think he was being a little cruel. I don't know if he's like that, but we have to accept him for who he is. We have to.
Yeah, because, I mean, look, the man doesn't put on a condom at all.
Right.
He doesn't. So now, just imagine, 7 baby mamas. He's paying for 7 deletions. Don't you think that, if he were to put a condom on, that's a lot of money he would have saved?
I would think so. Well, he didn't pay for them, and I don't know exactly how much deletions cost, but I'm sure it ain't $5. I know what you're saying. Somewhere along the line, he should be like, "Look, I'm losing money from here. I could just do this." Yeah, you're right, and he didn't. I don't. You know what? I don't know. It may be a lot to come. I don't know. It's interesting though. It very
right.
It is.
Right. And you already said the second point for me. After the man told them to their face, he doesn't like them, and he doesn't want children. These women go ahead and let him do it anyway. Which is stupid.
You know what though? I'm a free you on that one. Women these days are very sexually liberated. They do what they want. So it seems dumb from our point of view, but they may have felt like they was handling him. They may have felt like they were in control. And if that's the case, guess what? They got to deal with it. That's just how it is. I have nothing to say for that, because a woman can protect herself and she can determine, whether she brings a baby into this world. So this is all true. I'm a believe some of what he said is all of what he said, as far as the results of it, are absolutely true. Now, as far as his agenda, I can't really say, So we're gonna definitely pay attention and see what's going on, though.
Right.
So come. All right. So listen, Dr. Steele, thank you so much for being here. I love your support and we appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. Mr. Osborne.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you, sir?
I'm okay. I'm doing fine. Yeah. As far as the baby mamas, my only point. This is my my take on it is the fact that sometimes these women, they allow these guys um to to put them in situations like this. I still think about the brother who had the 34 children by different
Jay.
women.
Yeah, Jay. I know you're talking about. I
Right.
know. I
And I'm
know.
saying to myself, the, the when I look at that, I always say, now some of the women had to know that this man had other children by other women because they were all from the same um area.
Area. Yep. Some of them
So,
were friends. If you remember that, do you remember that about 4 of them were actually friends?
right, exactly.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I always look at that as a catastrophic problem with our women and our men. Particularly, I say women because you can tell him no. See, um,
Mhm.
like I stated before with you, I'm 55 years old, sis, with no children. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, I always tell people, particularly black women, I always say to them, if you can tell me no for a long time, and when I say that, I have not been, quote, a perfect guy. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay. But what I'm saying, I've been um by black women. They've always found a way to avoid me, per se, I guess. Maybe because I'm short, I don't know. But they found a way to avoid me. I found myself being responsible, but I always look back and say, wow, how are all these guys, these brothers, having 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 different children by different women? But it also goes back to, sis, when they always tell us that what? There's only a certain percentage of black men actually out here making these children like this. But what happened is within the media, they make us all look like we're deadbeat fathers when some of us are saying, I don't have any children. So what are you saying? But what happens is that we all get lumped into it because that's how the destroying of the black male image works. That's how they do it to destroy us and make us look like that we're unfit men. Period. But that in itself, that's a whole
Different story.
different subject.
But don't you
But
think that the whole black community though is the face of the black community is negative for the men and the woman? It's not a positive image. And most of the time, when you think of a black woman, it is normally someone that we may live in the projects, or some woman that makes bad decisions, some woman that goes out with a bonnet on her head with pajama bottoms and bedroom shoes. You know, that's the image that they paint of the black
right,
woman.
it's
So
right,
the whole culture is being led by people that don't represent all of us, but
no,
that is just what it is.
right. But it also comes from. I always talk about from 1960. I would say 68, 69, 67. I mean 68, 69, and 70. I always tell when I'm on a podcast, I always explain. I said we had a somewhat of a first wave sexual revolution in the black community when
Okay.
we have black men and black women in the late 60s, 1969. I know because I was a product of it. Those black men and women were meeting clubs and all that stuff, and without these relationships, which was based on sex, it wasn't about love. It wasn't necessarily about are they going to get married. It wasn't about none of those things. To tell you the truth, it was about lust. So out of these sexual relationships that they had, out came this generation. I was born in 1966, so I was a part of that. So from that, a lot of these women and men had these sexual relationships, and then once they had the relationship, these children was born. Then you had the anger come up with both sides. That generation didn't come back to the table and shake hands and say, "Hey, hey, bro, hey, sis, hey, bro, we did this. We have to fix this. Let's continue." But that didn't happen. They continue the bickering, the arguing, the pointing the finger, etc. That's what they did. So I said to say this, that we're at the same point then that we are now. We're at the same point again, where you have in our communities where people are not valuing marriage. Black men don't even value marriage. I mean, there are black men that will argue with me about marriage because they're so used to coming from a single parent home. They find they get offended when you talk about the father should be in the home. They get offended.
So, Mr. Osborne, what do you think they say to me? Because I understand what you're saying, but it was a bit different because I wasn't born then yet. I'm a little younger than that. But I do know, and I'm going to use my own example because I don't want to tell anybody else's, childhood secrets. I've said this before. My father had 6 kids by another woman, 6 by one other woman, and I never knew them as a child. So you are exactly right. Those type things did go on, but it was always a secret. Now, what he did for them, don't know, but I've never met them. They never came to our house. I don't know if my mom knew about them or not. I did not learn about them until like a year ago when my mom died. Right. So you are exactly right. But I don't know for sure if it's coming back around again, because I actually think that maybe the men then might have tried to do a little bit for the kid. I don't know for sure though. But now, and it could be just the fact that this young man is saying, I don't want it and I'm walking away. I don't recall ever hearing that. But saying that it's a secret or keeping it a secret could possibly be the same thing. We have so much access now into your life. There's a camera everywhere. Anybody can get on it and talk. So that's probably the difference. Whereas back then there was no cameras and everything was secret.
Right.
So you're probably right about that.
Well,
you're probably exactly right.
Well, we always say to brothers, and I always say that we always tell, or to tell black women to value themselves. To value their sexuality, to value themselves. Don't waste your formative years. I mean, I think Mr. Samuels said that so great when he said that they waste a lot of their formative years, engaging in a lot of sexual activity. So they find themselves when they're getting pregnant. So the more they have children, don't you know that takes you out the market now of getting married. It takes you out that market.
But no, they don't. They don't know that because it's not being taught. Like I think like maybe me and the generation behind me are like when it ended. I don't think right now there is examples of a woman evolving into a wife like out of college or out of a trade. Not, what I'm saying? I don't think that's the evolution. I don't think, most women now, you got them in high school and then they get married. Most of the time they are in high school, then they got to go to college. They got to prepare themselves for being alone. They don't prepare themselves for being wives.
Exactly. And then on top of that, black men, a lot of brothers, they waste a lot of formal years. See, that's not being talked about. See, we waste a lot of formal years. What? We get in trouble with the law. We get a record. We get this. We get these young ladies pregnant. Now you got 2 or 3 children that you can't even afford yourself. He can't even take care of himself. Truthfully, he can't even take care of himself. So some of them are still staying at home. I don't frown on men and women if they're at home. That's a different subject for the black community. I don't believe that black mothers and fathers should kick their children out, because that causes some problems too for us. But I think that we do waste, as men, as black men, we also waste formative years on a lot of bad behavior and practices, because a lot of us don't have, in some cases, don't have the father image.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Osborne, listen, I have some more people that I have to bring up. I appreciate you so much. And thank you again for being here. I do remember you, because when you said that initially, I was like, I don't remember talking to you, but I do remember talking to you now.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting SB Nation. And you can come back at any given time and we continue this conversation.
And I'm going to say one more thing before, and that's a topic that you should have at one time, because Don't you know when I tell people that I'm 55 with no children, don't you know they punish me for that?
Yeah.
They punish me for that. They go, well, there's something wrong with you. I go, y'all should be applauding that. Y'all should be saying, well, he's not married, so why should he be out there having children if he's
Exactly.
not married?
I agree. You shouldn't. So, maybe it's just hard for them to understand. I agree with you.
Yeah.
All right, Mr.
Okay.
Osborne. Have a good day. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. So, do you want to read the super chats? Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Miss Chelsea. Can you just mind hanging out with us just a moment? We're going to go back and get
No
them super
problem.
chats, and I'll be with you in just a second.
Okay, thank you.
Christopher Lee, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. He said, don't ever get discouraged and keep preaching your positive message, SB. Not everyone will get it. That's for your hard work. Thank you so much, Christopher. I think I read that though. I did. Marcus Evans. Oh, another one from Christopher Lee. SB dropping facts like a boss. Thank you, Christopher. Marcus, it's good to see you. Nah, SB, call it all out. F that, F they feelings. Marcus, I do. Listen, Marcus, you be there, you be like, I could just see. Oh, wow. Y'all be encouraging me to act up. Marcus Evans, thank you so much for your $5 super chat again. Hey, what's up, SB? Look, I don't agree with the brother's actions, but he's exposing the women he been with. Yes, he definitely is. And you know what though, Marcus, is he really exposing them, or did we already know this? We already know, because remember, we got 70% of the women are single moms, so we knew something was going on. But let them tell it. Well, you know what though? I don't know, Marcus, because guess what? I did a whole show where Sherelle helped me to it. They already have the mentality that the man gonna leave. So they're doing exactly what they want to do. I don't know if it's being exposed because that's already stated that this is what they want to do. But the one that did expose them is the lady that gave instructions on how they can make money off the kids if they have more and more and more. Now she exposed them. She's doing the exposing. She definitely is. Definitely. Dr. Steele says, thank you so much, Dr. Steele, for your $5 super chat. He says, that dude disclaimed to the women that in just what, I cannot see that at all. Hold on for a minute. That he just want to bust him down. I got you now. Bust him down, and he does not want children. Okay, you just covered it up. Okay, here we go. Okay. He just want to bust down, and he does not want children. And these ladies were stupid enough to let him inside. Yes, they did. But again, Dr. Steele, is just like you and I just talked about. It's not that they were stupid enough to let him inside. They probably actually think that they had control over the situation, and that was what they wanted to do. So we got to make sure we pay attention to that. Christopher Lee, thank you so much again for your $2 super chat. SB flexing on y'all with the Wonder Woman shirt. You know it. Thank you, Christopher. Mr. Joe, wait, hold a second. Mr. Joe, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. He didn't say anything. He's just giving support. Thank you. And I'm so glad that you're here. AL, what's going on with you? Listen, we're not going to do this today. I'm going to find you a woman by the end of 2023. How many more months I got? I got about 7 more months, because I got to get you married too. So listen, thank you so much, AL, for your $5 super chat, but we're not going to do this year. The institution of marriage is flawed. Okay. You're going to have to tell me one day. We're going to have to talk about it. The benefits don't outweigh the risk. Does it make sense? No incentives. Well, I don't know if you did this super chat before I said this, but you probably wouldn't qualify for the incentives, but I think we should incentivize marriage. But, hey, what you got on the outside? What you got just dating women? What you got just hanging out with a woman? What's the benefits in that? There's still the risk. It's actually a greater risk. Why don't you check a chance on love? Because, you're to love the woman. The woman's supposed to respect and submit to you. Why not take a chance on it? There's no guarantee. I can't guarantee you anything, but I can almost say the more you put into it, the more you get out of it. So how about that? Let's do a challenge. You put all you got into it and just see where you get all of that out of it. And if not, then you can come back and say, SB, you're wrong. You set me up. All right. O'Shea Lennox, the hobbyist. Thank you. How are you? Thank you for your $2 super chat. He just says nothing, but thank you for the support. It's good to see you here. Big N, I think I read. Yep, Big N, I already read your super chat. Listen, it's the weekend. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. The Gemini. Hello, how are you? And thank you so much for your $9.99 super chat. He's been a part of the sexual liberation. He's a part of it. Is that what we calling it for men? You know, I think some men would say that's just his nature. But he's been a part of the sexual liberation movement, fornication freedom. How did 6 women and wife get knocked up by one guy? I got some questions too, but I'm not gonna bother to answer. I'm gonna let him go ahead and tell his story out there. But thank you so much for that. I'm very, I'm inquisitive too. You know, she got a whole husband, and she's gonna let this man have sex with her without a condom. Please, Black. Hey, Chicago Rilla. Please, Black. I'm at work listening. Hello. How are you? Work very hard. Thank you for being here. All right, guys. Thank y'all so much for that. And if I missed someone, please forgive me. Again, that went back to the beginning of the show because my comment section wasn't working. But right now, I'm going to be here with Miss Chelsea. Miss Chelsea, welcome.
All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. SB. I appreciate you for allowing me the opportunity to come up here to give my opinion on the topics you've been presenting today. This is my first time catching you live. However, I did see you over on Chantel's show a few weeks back about the whole box thing with Trill and all that. So I've come over because I'm 25. I'm from Metro Detroit, and I definitely aspire to be a wife one day. So I love the fact that you apply biblical principles. You have the fruit. It's shown, and I really appreciate that. So that's why I'm here today to give my opinion. But in regards to the 7 baby mothers, 7 kids, I've talked about it on my show. But one thing I want to say is that when it comes to hashtags, MCM is Man Crush Monday, but I do a twist on that saying men control marriage. That's the first thing, MCM, men control marriage. And then when it relates to women, WCW is usually Woman Crush Wednesday, but I did a twist on that saying women control wombs. That's the whole scenario here. Women control wombs. And I say, if you had enough high self-esteem, you would not let anybody come in between your legs, anything like that, because we know that that's precious. We know that. But just this example for the man having 7 baby mamas, 7 kids just shows that this is an example of what we shouldn't deal with as women. However, I've heard him on panels saying that there are women in his DMs right now contacting him after knowing his story. That's because all of the low self-esteem that us women have. That's the reason for it. So it just shows it don't matter what a man does, he's still going to have options because the women don't even care about their scenarios. That's puzzling to me.
Well, it's what you call a silly woman. And, you know what she's trying to do? She's trying to conquer. If there is indeed a woman, to hear him tell his story and how adamantly he said, I do not want a baby and I don't want you. If a woman would avail herself to him knowing that he said that. Yeah,
what makes you any different? Right, what makes you any different? You think you're about to change him when he already ruined 7+ women's lives, but you think you're special. And that's the problem. We have to face reality. He's given us an example. He's provided his modern man's resume to us. We're looking at it, but we just want to filter out what's best for us, what we think will work. Right, that's just silly to me, and I just don't understand how we could keep repeating the cycle. We already have all these stats related to us women, how we're failing as a whole. And one thing I think about is that we could blame the first woman, right? First woman made a mistake and had a baby by him. But then it's the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh. So when are we going to hold each other accountable, right? We can blame him, but it's one of him and it's 7 of them.
I don't get it. And even with him, even with that, I'm almost sure he treated baby mother number 1 differently than he treated baby number 7. You know what I'm saying? It's not quite gelling for me, but it's not for me to figure out. I'm just trying to see some woman somewhere, just trying to get her to listen and understand that she need to take a red pill and get a clue. Because we need to preserve ourselves. I say it all the time. Because your virtue and your emotions and your femininity are all tied up into your So the long as we keep giving it away, we don't have any value. We don't.
Right. We're giving everything away, not just our bodies. We're giving away our mental, like everything's associated with that. It's holistic, right? Spiritual connections, mental connections, emotional. It's just too much for y'all. It's too much on the plate for y'all just to want to give it all away for nothing, like it is nothing. If you put value on you.
About that, though. They don't know anything about that. And I think that's the major problem. No one has sit them down and said what sex is spiritually or what is actually happening when you're performing these acts, or what you're doing to your mind. Because it's just like you said, if I'm not preserving myself and I'm laying with these men over and over again, I'm not having a clear thought. So the idea of me having a baby by another one, oh, but why not? He told me he would do this. Well, the first one told you the same thing. Oh, did he? She probably forgot. Or,
Right.
when you're overindulgent like that, you're not going to get it right. You're just not going to get
Yes.
it right. So,
And then, like Lonnie mentioned here about the women think they can change him. See, that's the problem. Women, we sign up to be project coordinators, taking on project by project. And I say, if you're going to do all that project coordinating, put it on your resume at least, because you have years of experience of doing that, trying to change a man. You're acting like Barbara the Builder. For what reason? What benefit are you going to get? You're going to be tired, worn out, and then you don't want to submit to the right man because you submitted to all the wrong boys all this time. Pookie Pan, the grown man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all have submitted to the wrong man all this time and think you're going to, you can't submit to the right one because you're tired. That's the problem.
well, they're not going to even be able to identify the right one because he's coming in different. He's coming in saying a different thing. So it's not going to be identified, right? He's probably be identified as, oh, he ain't really got it going on. It's something different about him. I don't think I'm, because
he's corny.
Yeah, I don't know, would it corny be it? It's just going to be something different. It won't be identifiable as good for me because I am so twisted. My mind is so out to lunch and I think my box is great. So, I'm a win that one over for, so, and then guess what? The men will sleep with them. So in their minds, they are winning the man because of it. So it's
right, and we think that having intercourse with a man equates to us being valuable. That's the problem because a man can sleep with a dog. I'm sorry, a man can sleep with a dog at the end of the day and not have any feelings attached. But us on the end, we are emotionally attached to that man, and it's hard for us to separate. Right, and that's the reason why these women are constantly calling him, and that's why other women see him as valuable, all because he has options. See, we see a man with options, and even though the options are a mess, we still give him a chance just because he's quote unquote valuable in modern day society.
It's one thing, and I understand what you're saying too. But I wouldn't use the word valuable. We think we think that they're in love with us because we're an emotional group, and if a man is having sex with us, which is the most intimate thing that can happen, and he's loving on us and kissing on us, we definitely think that he's in love with us. And most women are looking for that first one that broke their heart initially, that they gave it to, what they wasn't supposed to. So they're constantly chasing that high of love. And the only way it can be touched is through the sexual behaviors coming from a man. They're ready to receive it. And that's what they're doing. But they're not aware of it. They just think they doing what they want to do. So
right, and they're looking for that consistent dysfunction at the end of the day because maybe they didn't get it for their fathers. Their fathers didn't provide that consistency, so they're looking for that for any other man they can get. Whether it's good or not, they're still looking for consistency, and that's what they got from this man. But what I think about when I think about the women calling him and trying to reach out to him is that he gave you the option. He gave you the option, but we know as a woman, whether the man wants to take on the baby or not, it's our responsibility. We did carry it for 9 months, as he mentioned, and he said women have to be careful who they sleep with. This is like, even though he's a red flag, it's a red flag we should appreciate because we see examples of the Pookies every day.
You know what? And it's crazy too. I'm just like, you told them all this and they didn't go get the plan B the next day. Y'all had unprotected sex. They didn't do nothing. You're like, no. Yeah. I mean, Miss Parker says maybe they're in competition with them. Maybe the ladies are in competition.
Women like competition. Women like competition.
Hey. Ms. Parker, you might be onto something. Thank you so much for your $1.99 super chat. You might be onto something, Ms. Parker. But anyway, Chelsea, shout out your channel. You have been outstanding guest tonight. Please come back again. I hate you met me on the box situation. I have so much.
Oh no, I'm not mad. I'm not mad because you carry yourself like a lady with class. That's why I'm over here. Yeah, that's what I love to learn from.
I have so much but go ahead, shout out your channel.
Oh yeah, my name is Chelsea again. I have a show called Chelsea's Live Line. It go on live every Wednesday at 8 p.m. EST. So you can catch me over on Chelsea's Live Line, where I try to increase everyone's spirituality, mentality, emotional, and physical aspects of their life. So we talk all about holistic over here. We can all learn from each other. We're just trying to grow and change the community as it relates to relationships. The community should not be dead. We should try to build it up as best as we can, and that's what we're doing over here. Okay.
Chelsea, I'm gonna drop in. That is the same night we do Krew season, but I'm gonna drop in before. Krew season is late, comes on at 10:30, so I'll have time. I will definitely look for you this week. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Bye-bye. O'Shea, how you doing, sir?
Good evening. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm great. I'm getting better. So what you
That,
got to add to this, Mr. Lennox?
look here, this is O'Shea Lennox, the hobbyist. Look here, Matthew chapter 25, verse 14 through 30. Don't bury your talent. Do not bury your talent. Now, on this matter about this gentleman that said he had all these children, that he don't want and not claiming, and this is to anyone else who have that same mindset. I never thought in my lifetime I would ever be an advocate of forced sterilization, but that dude, that mentality right there, could easily pave the way to, if a bill was to come up. Look,
you gonna vote for it?
Look. I'm telling you, that could force my hand.
Oh,
because
wow.
the way he's rocking, and look, and not just him, but that mentality. It's too many children out there. They need their dad and their mom. Whether they in the same house together or not, they still need their dad. So what he's doing is causing too much. It's adding to the confusion.
I mean, do you think it's because we're seeing it? You know, because to walk away, isn't that saying the same thing? To walk away and not claim, isn't that saying the same thing? It's just that he's verbally saying it and being somewhat arrogant about it. Is that the difference? Is, you know, going live on it and being on all these panels, reiterating his whole disposition? Is that what makes it worse?
Look here. No, actually it makes it better in a sense, because now you can actually see that mentality.
I got you.
You can see it. You know how it is when you hear it now. That's what actually makes it better, because now it's not just something that you see here and there. Now you actually witness it and hear it with your own ears, how a dude can really be out there having sex with all these women and having possible children and just saying, I don't want them, I ain't dealing with them. Look, be gone. Look, here's whatever this money is. Go out there and have that child self-deleted, which, by the way, I'm not for that either.
Guess what else he did? He said he didn't give him his name. They don't know where he live. Leave me alone. This is all I'm offering. You still want to go through with it? And they said yes. So he went on ahead and went through with it.
Oh, when I say this about this guy, I don't just necessarily mean about this guy. If you find some women out there and they start getting on that radar of the government with these children, and they say, okay, they on the government's radar now for having to support these children. Hey, I'll say the same thing about them too. If they're gonna be out there rocking reckless like that, all right, look, okay, we'll deal with you. We'll deal with it. We will deal with you.
But don't you think we need our children though? We need people to procreate. It just needs to be in a little better organization. We need. You know what I mean?
I am not against procreation.
Okay.
If done in the confines of marriage. Look, once you get married, I don't care how many children you have.
Right.
That's y'all business, especially if you active with the children and have some type of plan on taking care of them. Look, I'm all cool and fine with that. But the way this particular guy is rocking, and the women who know how he's rocking and choose to do it, look, hey, don't let a bill come up about forced sterilization. Because I might go through the hassle to mark that box.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Look, I was only going to dedicate 150 seconds to this. Look, I'm good and I'm gone. Y'all take care and good things. Yeah, by the way, Mr. Security Boss got that background lighting and all set out right too. You hear me?
Thank you.
He has your skin. It's almost like you can just reach out there and touch you.
Well, it's actually like that though. I mean, you know, this is real. I'll show you. This is real. I'm not fooling.
I know it. I know what I'm saying. It's looking so good. It's almost like you just reach out there and touch it on the screen. That's how well done it's done. Everything.
He loves it and he puts the work in, and I appreciate you saying that.
Oh yeah, look, from one photographer to another. I recognize those soft boxes in there. I see.
All right. Thank you. Well, look, don't hesitate to come back. We appreciate you. I see you in the comment section, but it's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you, and same as well. Y'all take care and have a good night and great weekend.
You too. Bye bye. Trey.
SB.
You don't want some you don't want forced castration.
I mean, I think he's trying to take us back to a time. I mean, there was a time where they strap you up and they just take care of business if you wasn't out here doing what you're supposed to be doing. But do you remember? Do you remember, SB? You had a show about is YouTube entertainment or is it real? Remember that?
Yeah, of course. What you think? You still think it's entertainment?
I think this is entertainment. Yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, I'm gonna go along with the premise that this is real, but overall, in my heart of hearts, I think this is entertainment.
So you don't believe his story?
No, I don't believe the story. No, there's just some holes. There's just some holes in the story. You know, a man who. Here's the thing. I find it interesting that we are supposed to believe a man who doesn't even tell his real name. He has a pattern of lying.
Oh, wait a minute, Trey, can you go back out in a little bit and come back up? I think you're breaking up really bad. I want to make sure I can hear you. I'm hearing all kind of feedback. Can you do that for me really quick? All right, guys. So listen, Black built like a conquering king. You made a comment earlier. I don't have the video of the young man. I was just on Aaron's show last night. I think it was on Wednesday night, and we were talking about it. If I said something that was incorrect, please let me know. But you know, I'm not interested in having him on the show at all. You know, again, he is something else. So I just want to talk about what he's saying because I want the mindset. I need people to understand that there are people like this with this type of mindset. And again, I'm not giving the women an excuse, not by any means, no way. But we still need to know because if he doesn't care about that, there's other things that he don't care about either. So I hope you can understand that. I don't have a video on that. I didn't, you know, I'm not interested in quoting anything he said. So if you had something you want to add to it, I would appreciate it because again, I did not see it in its entirety. I just kind of talked to a couple of people about it. So if I'm getting something wrong, you definitely can correct me on it. I appreciate that. So Trey.
Any better?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry
So
about that.
tell me again, you said now you think it's entertainment. So what part? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, we live in a day and age where people are making up skits and doing all types of things. I'm not quite sure, if he would go that far to do that story, but there's just some holes in a story for a man who's potentially has 7 kids. Whether he wants to believe it or not, somebody knows who he is, and somebody knows who his baby mamas are, and they can connect it out. We live in an information age. Everybody can connect the dots, and you put your face on social media with facial recognition. Just a lot of it just doesn't. It doesn't add up to me to make it a legitimate story for somebody who's out here, and especially from somebody who's, like I said, who's not honest. I mean, if he's telling these women, he won't even tell them their real name. He's not an honest person. So I just have a hard time believing him. That's all I'm saying. But I'll go with the premise that it's real because it's there. I will say that it's good for us to see it because this is reality. If this is real, this is reality. This is what's in the pool for both men and women. Both sides of the aisle here take an L. The women take an L, and the men take an L. He's not representative of us, and I would think that the 7 women aren't representative of the women, right?
You're right. But the problem I have with it though is this is what I said then on that show. When you put out a message like this, people hear that. And if it was not their behavior prior, they may adapt it or adopt it to be their behavior. You get what I'm saying? And that's the part that could be very harmful, because they may go, a younger man may go into this thinking that he could actually do this and get away with it because of so many things that you've heard. And there's been any investigation. Because like I just said, DNA testing is not, it's not, you don't legally have to take a DNA test, but that doesn't mean they won't put you in jail.
That's true too.
That don't mean that you won't be named the father and they won't ask you anything else about it. It just means you don't have to actually give your consent to take the test. That doesn't clear you of anything, Go But
there are some jurisdictions that will default your name onto the birth certificate.
absolutely. But guess what? The young man didn't say anything about that. So my major problem with him was, what is his complaint right now? Why is he talking about this now? Because we got 7 kids. We're 7 kids later. At least takes 1 year to have, unless he was getting, I didn't even think of like that. So he might have been getting 2 or 3 women pregnant in a year.
At a time. I mean, my man was working. He putting in work.
He putting in work. Eating good. He must have been eating good, keeping down his weight, lifting weights, everything, But my thing is, I just think that the part that just gets me too is the fact that I know he didn't treat baby mama number 1 the same as he treats baby mama number 7, because he would have never known that all this was going to happen. So I'm thinking, wait a minute, something is just not right now. What is it that I'm missing about this?
Yeah. I have a young daughter. I have a 4-year-old. So I like this story because it just gives me one more thing to put in my toolbox of something to teach her. Like, we don't let men introduce themselves as Q or, J, or, you know what I mean? Like, nah. You need either a full name. You need something more than an initial or a nickname or something like that. Like, as the more and more I go through these YouTube streets, the more and more I start to put things in my toolbox for what I'm going to teach my daughter about this game, because she's got to be prepared to play this game. And the fact that he could just give these monikers, and women just are going with it. It's like, you didn't want to know more. Every woman that I ever dated when I was in law enforcement, I did a background check on every single one of them. You didn't want to know more besides their nickname? There's a lot to unpack here. There's a lot. If it's true, there's a lot to unpack here. I'll end with this. What's scary to me is there's guys that are going out tonight on a Friday night, and they're going to go try and do this.
That's what I'm talking about.
They think he's the man. They think he's that. They think he's the guy.
Yep.
And it's like, this is not to be replicated. This is not the way to go about it at all.
So listen, Mr. Rockwilder says his complaint is meaningless. So listen, the reason why I say what is his complaint is because why bother to tell us this? What's the purpose of sharing this with us? What I don't get it. Why do you just all of a sudden come out and say, I had 7 babies by 7 different women? What is your purpose? Maybe I should have said purpose more so than complaint. Why are you telling us this now? Why didn't you tell us at baby number 3? Do you want some, intervention? Do you want some money? Or are you trying to scare the women off that don't know you? What is it? What is your goal for discussing these 7 babies and their mothers at this point in time? If you don't have a complaint, or if the complaint is meaningless, and maybe I'm not reading what you're saying correctly. Are you saying that whatever he could say don't matter, or same thing? It's just meaningless because it doesn't matter, I guess. But I would like to know, why are we hearing this now? This is 7 babies later. It didn't take 1 year to make 7 babies. I don't believe that. So I'm thinking,
does he have a YouTube channel or something? Does he have? Because I mean, when artists want to sell, when they got a new album coming out, they usually generate some drama. Right?
Oh, stop it! No, you
so
didn't.
I'm just asking. I don't know. Does he have a YouTube channel he's trying to promote or something like that? Because this is a typical PR stunt for most popular people with movies and, like I said, albums and stuff come out. You want to draw attention because in their world, any publicity is good publicity. They don't care if it's bad or not. They could care less. You're gonna go see the movie anyway. So I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't care what he gets on for. He just wants to get on. And there's a lot of people who are like that. They just want to get on. They don't care how they get there. They don't care what it takes. They don't care if they have to sell their soul to do it. They just want to get on. So I'm not completely sure. I watched it, but I couldn't take too much of it because I was just like, nah, bro, this ain't it. Like I didn't disagree with what he was saying, because a lot of both sides are to be held accountable. And I didn't disagree with him. But at the same time, it was just like, I just felt like there's something else I could be doing with my time. So.
Okay, so listen, thank you for that. Let's see what he says. Black built like a conquering king says, I look at his intent is to address the family court. Okay, it just went away. Family court system and its overreach. Okay, he wants to address the family court system, but he's not a part of the family court system, if I'm understanding that correctly, right?
Facts. He's avoiding it.
He's avoiding it because they don't even know his name. But he did mention, I did hear him say that some have made attempts to connect with him, which in his next breath, he said they didn't know his name. So whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I
Oh, they
understand.
will. They will shortly. I won't hold you up, SB, but they'll figure out
All
who he
right.
is. Look,
All right.
I found people off of Instagram. It ain't that hard. They'll figure them out. They'll figure it out.
All right. Thanks,
All right.
Trey.
See ya. Bye.
Bye. Scam.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. How are you?
All is well.
Good.
How can I say it? Going back to the is this entertainment or is it real? It's entertainment that people are making their reality. That's what this is. I went to the mall today. I went and got something to eat, and I didn't see a whole bunch of baby mamas and everything with 8 car seats in the back. But if people want to make that the reality and then complain about there's no community and the black image is dead, why is it 58 thumbnails with 3 and 4 and 5, 600 people watching every time there's something negative that goes on? And it'll be one story. Oh, look at the man in Arizona who did this. Oh, the man who had the 7 kids. I didn't watch the story. I personally don't care. That's his problem. Just like with the Johnny Depp and that other celebrity, right? Will Smith smacking Jada. But they marinate in this, Sierra and Russell Wilson. You ain't gonna never meet Sierra or Russell Wilson. You're not. And you don't know what now, I could if I want. I mean, that's one of my friend's first cousins, Russell Wilson. But am I gonna call him up? Man, what's really going on in that marriage? No. That's their business. But instead of the basic things to make people better every day, they marinate and inject this into the subconscious minds. And then I gotta troll them.
You don't
the
have
gloom,
to.
But this dude is on the front cover of Gloom Doom magazine for something, and then somehow, like the guy who just came up here earlier was talking about the face of the community. As he talked about this story, he made that guy the face of the community in his own mind. So he did the very thing he was complaining about. And the truth is, there is no community. It's just a whole bunch of people doing what they want to do. But most of them are just regular people, just going to work, AutoZone, some at the plant, some at the hospital, some own 6 homes. Some of them are dust and crust. But truly, yes, it's a problem. People don't work together and whatever. But still, most people are just regular people trying to go eat a sandwich. Well, some ate too many sandwiches, but hey, that's another problem. But I don't get how. Oh, the other thing is this. How does it always come down to running to the government for victim checks to fix anything? Like, how are we going to fix marriage by getting victim checks from the government? They got to incentivize it for a man and woman to love each other and stick together.
Well, no. But that's not always in love. People are having babies and there's no love. I would just rather, I would rather teach people, because listen, you don't have to love a person to marry them. We already discussed that. There are countries out there that, the marriages are, the husband and the wife are put together. The families agree upon it. It doesn't have anything to do with love. You learn to love. How about that? There's a belief system that you believe in, and then you stick to that, and then all the other parts will be worked out, because they understand in order to have the nuclear family is the answer, and that's what gives us community. They understand that. So if we got to get understanding of what can save us, be it the nuclear family, then it needs to probably maybe be forced upon some people, because guess what? It's time out for incentivizing bad behavior as far as a woman having 6 kids and she can make about 75,000 off of that. Come on.
That 6, 7, okay, the same thing with the 75,000, that woman, that is not what I see women doing. That is not a norm where women are just all out here with calculators sitting down with an attorney and an accountant calculating the child support. That's not realistic.
No, I agree with you, but she's already showed them how to do it. No, I agree with you. That's not the norm. But what I'm saying to you, that there's somebody giving instructions on how to do this. And since someone is giving instructions, there will be someone that follows, because ultimately they want the money. So are you saying that she can say this and do a whole diagram on it and give you her research and have a whole TikTok, YouTube, or whatever it is, and it not be taken seriously, even though it was maybe put out here for entertainment? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the woman who's taking those notes with the calculator and the glasses on, I'm probably not going to talk to that woman.
Oh, okay.
Most people are probably not.
I agree
But
with
the
you.
other thing is, there's two, Johnny Dust and Crust and some woman from the Nation of Wigwam, who are two out of control people, go meet at the club and get pregnant. If the behavior is not willing to change amongst either party, or at least one of them, then trying to force them to be together makes nothing but an abusive household and a further sabotaged kid. Because now you're in a household with two people who hate each other instead of one person that hates themselves.
I don't know why you say that. There are arranged marriages that work all the time. Why are you saying that? Is it because they black? Why are you saying that? Who's to say? They
Okay.
remember they got together and slept together. They had a baby. So at some point in time they was digging each other. So why is it that when you marry them, they now hate each other and it's got to be a bad situation? Why?
The fact that they're willing to participate in the bad behavior, they're going to court, they yell, I can't say it. The very behavior that they're doing isn't loving behavior. Now, if you're talking about some of the regular people that are just having children, that can be put together or at least made a valid attempt. But if it's two out of control people,
okay,
then the worst, the ones that keep putting on the thumbnails, the 8 kids over here, the horrible gloom and dooms, you can't put those people together.
No,
Because you're putting somebody in an unsafe environment along with the kids.
I'm mostly talking about any two people that have indulged who are not married that are making a salary or combined salary under $100,000 is what I was talking about.
Okay, you're talking about regular people.
Yeah, but
okay, my apology
on it. I mean, yeah, regular people, but I didn't put a cap on it to say it would not go to individuals who are not perfect in their behavior, because we still have to learn. And if you're given examples of how things should be, just like they learn from the bad influence, some of them may pick up on good influences also. You don't think so?
Yeah, I just had the wrong, because we're talking about the dude with the 7 kids. So I was thinking it was more geared towards them out of control people, trying to put them in some kind of marriage. But you're talking more about some regular people. But if there were an environment, if there were something, how can I say it? And I hate to say it, even YouTube, most of it is based on people not getting married and keeping people single. So those who are in the situation and are looking for information or whatever, there should be something or an environment out there that can help keep them together. Because obviously something is wrong and means their mindset was wrong, and it just stayed wrong because they're not being together or making a valid attempt. So something has to be, you kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I didn't say that part. I hadn't actually said the parameters of being incentivized to be married. But I said earlier, it is for couples that a combined income under $100,000. I think we should incentivize them instead of continuously giving money to a woman that is a single mom. Just like I said, and then she gets baby number 2, she gets more money, baby number 3. And this lady is telling her how to do that to beat the system. To me, that's ridiculous. So that's what I meant by that. So I didn't go into detail about the incentives. But I see what you're saying too, but we do still have to do something. Not all marriages are perfect. You know, there may be some growing up needs to be done. There may be some counseling that needs to be done. Maybe some things need to be done, but I wouldn't readily say just because they got married, they're going to be toxic. I wouldn't say that. But again, I understand what you're saying, though.
Yeah, that's fair. We agree. We're talking regular people. That's on me. I got you. But no, I get it. I just think also marriage is already an incentive, way beyond any check the government can cut anyway. Even if the people can just fairly just get along, the fact that it's 2 people not paying separate rent is an incentive by itself. The fact that they're in the household already there with the kid and don't have to drive and commute 35 minutes and drop off, pick up, there's already so many incentives. But I think more should be geared towards changing the actual behavior or fixing the communication problems amongst people. People hate each other. A lot of people hate themselves, and it's but hate marinate men's souls. And
Scam, you're breaking up. I can't hear you.
What was the last thing I said?
It went in and out. I
Can you hear me?
couldn't. The last thing I heard basically that came out well was we talking about regular people.
Oh, okay.
That
No, I
was
was saying
the last
marriage
thing.
is already incentive.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I think they should the focus should be on communication and behavior change and lifestyle change, just amongst individual people. Be better, talk better, positivity, confidence, communicating with the person to your left and to your right, male or female. And that'll produce a better environment. Because it produces a better environment because people will be around better people. And a lot of conversations won't even have to be had about the gloom weighed out in Memphis and this happened in Arizona, because they don't even want to know about their story because they're so busy talking and dealing with decent people, or they're in the gym, or they're reading a book, they're eating a low-calorie sandwich, or they're talking to a woman and actually got a smile on their face, or the woman is actually listening to the man, and you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I do.
But
I do. Understand
that's my
exactly.
opinion. I don't think it's so much realistic. I think it's realistic for a small population of people, and
Gotcha.
then small population of people are going to have everything, and there's going to be a stack of victims. That's just what it's going to be.
All right. Thanks, Scam.
But that's all I got.
All right. Thank you. See you soon.
Okay, have Mr. Monroe wave at the camera.
Mr. Monroe, can you wave at the camera really quick, sir? Or ma'am? Mel, how are you, Mel?
Good evening. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Mel, what's wrong with you? You sound like you're sad.
No, I'm still damn cough.
Okay, you sick. Okay.
My voice is not really up to it. I
All
hate
right.
that. Yeah, but I understand what Scam was trying to say. That's why I wanted to explain and break it down for you.
Okay.
Everything we always mention about that. For example, we mentioned about the shotgun marriage and everything back in the day and stuff. The arranged marriages also too, and everything how they work. But technically, those only work for a certain small percentage and a different class of type of people. Also, too, they work for everybody. Then that was one of the big reasons I would say why during second wave feminism, they fought to change that. They want to have the market to technically. I'm tired of dating the guy that I really do not want. That was one of the main purposes of second wave feminism, for them to finally choose the guys that they actually wanted to be with instead of what their fathers said I should be with, fully in charge and stuff like that. Now, we always talk about, like I said, the arranged marriages. That only work for a certain class of people, and I would say it's more of the upper class. It's more based on of an exchange of power. I'm rich, come from a wealthy family. She's rich, from a wealthy family. We're trying to continue that generational wealth and stuff. So of course it's obvious that you want to have an arranged marriage that way also too and stuff.
Are you saying that we don't date the same status within our status? We date
Not
people
all
don't
the
do that anymore.
Not all the time and stuff.
So even
There's
so,
different reasons for that also too.
well, listen, I hear what you're saying, and you probably are right because you're in the dating scene. But what's going on now isn't working. It's not working. It's not getting people married. The children are not being cared for. There's not enough procreation going on within marriage. So we're still not winning in doing this. So even though you say that the feminist movement fought for, whatever, in other words, they fought to be out of line and they got it. I get it. But the whole thing is when we're out of line, things don't work correctly. When a woman is finding her husband, it's not going to be right. The husband needs to find the wife, or like you said, it needs to be arranged, but it still is the man coming to the woman saying, can I marry your daughter? You get what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah,
still, when we're out of line, things don't work correctly. So the fact of the matter, whether the feminist movement pushed it or not really doesn't matter.
That's another thing I'm about to get to right now also too.
Okay.
With different situations. I know you said, people should be married even if they have kids or whatever. Even that might be a mistake also too in some cases, because having the kids, the after effect. There's a couple people out there that we'd have to accept, they just want to have fun. Might not like it or agree with it, they just want to have fun. Unfortunately, they was irresponsible with that. And unfortunately, a kid became a part of that instead of taking responsibility of making sure they didn't procreate any kids. People get together for different reasons. You got people that just want to, they just want to have sexual fun, or they actually are dating with intention to be married, or a long term relationship and stuff. Not all people's intentions is alike and stuff.
No, Mel,
But
I agree with you. It's obvious, but that doesn't work for a woman, and it doesn't work for the kids. So even when a woman does have a child and it's not planned, or there was no intentions to have it, what we would call a oops baby, um, once that's done, she needs a support system, and her life should change for that child, because now she's decided to bring a child into this world. Now we got to grow that child up. I get that they're just having fun, or we're just having fun, but that doesn't work for a woman. Especially, I mean, why can't you have fun and not maybe participate in having sex? Because again, like I said, it doesn't work. That's why we're here now. We're trying to teach women that the way we've been doing things recently, it doesn't work for us. We need to preserve ourselves. We can have fun, but we can't be producing kids, because that's a whole different genre. That's a whole different mindset. Now that the child is here, your fun is over. Your job now is different. You have to work, whereas you didn't have to work. You have to provide for this child because the child has to eat. You have to do all those things, which some would say is not fun. So if
exactly. I just literally had a roommate. One of my roommates where I live at moved out. She has a son. I literally had to hear her through my walls how she literally cursed her own son out. Even literally said, "I wish I never had you." When you hear females like that, well, their kids and everything, everything, and like it boggles me. She back and forth with the boyfriend that talking about he stole from her and everything. She tried to get me involved in the mess. I'm not getting involved and stuff. That's
so that's
between
what
you
I'm
and
saying.
him.
That's why you
Yeah,
can't be.
exactly. I agree with you. With all the dysfunction we having like crazy and everything, we're both part of. I mean, dysfunction people are actually breeding dysfunctional people because I pray for that little boy because most likely he's going to grow up technically with a whole hatred mindset that he might wind up being like one of that dude with the one to be the 7 kids. As much as even if it's fake or not, there are dudes are like that on the open. That's what we're seeing online every day now. Like, you know what? It's not surprising me anymore because these people have been around, but now we have platforms that people, they could be out in the open, spread a message, and even the fact that they might even do some clout chasing behind it also too. There's a reason why he's doing it also too. I mean, if he's breeding like that, like crazy and everything, and out in the open, yeah, he is lying about he's not telling his real name and stuff. He giving him a fake name, but he is definitely lying to get some. A man can procreate that many girls in 1 year like that with no problem and stuff like that, especially if he's lying. But the after effects of his lying will catch up to him and stuff.
Let me read this comment. L Train Galaxy says, tell women to make men wear protection. And it's sad because they know that doesn't want them, know that he doesn't want them, but they have the baby anyway. So listen, let me say this, L Train. You're exactly right. I should warn women to wear protection, but for me, that ain't good enough because protection fails. The woman it could slide off. The birth control pills may or may not work. I just don't think, we're still not thinking big enough because some things just happen. If I'm indulging in having sex, I could just get pregnant. There is nothing that's 100%. And if I know for sure that I do not want a child, I shouldn't be doing this. Now, the man, like you put on the other end of it, have the baby. They have the baby anyway. Because a lot of them, all of a sudden, they get another belief that says that they shouldn't be deleting children. So now they have to have the child. That's, I think, is a thought process of a lot of women, which again puts you in a position that you didn't want to be in. So I understand what you're saying, L Train, but the best remedy for this is to preserve yourself till you find a man that is worthy of producing a child with and is willing to ask for your hand in marriage, or actually truth is marry you. Because even you can even lie your way through a proposal. You could say, hey, I want to marry you. The intentions are this and this and this, and then still be faking them out and still, get halfway to the altar and be like, you know what, you're not who I thought you were. And then you still could have a baby. So I'm saying to women, a foolproof way is to wait till you actually get married. Now, some would say, well, what is that doing? Typically, if a man is willing to marry you, he is willing to take care of his children. And again, we're going to continue to say this. A woman has to protect her womb. And I know y'all probably saying, but SB, they done already had sex. They did. But do we live in a dysfunctional way or dysfunctional place all our lives? Can we not come out of the dysfunction and try to get it right? Must we stay in chaos? Should we always be in chaos? Male, should we always be in chaos?
No. Roby was saying that, when y'all was on Aaron's show, she gets on the women to how to reserve their treasure. I get on the men on their part and everything, despite they might not want to hear. But reality is like, yo, you went and raw dog in the woman. Period. You gotta accept that. Period.
They don't want to hear it.
Just like I hear the females get on the females about the mess and stuff.
They don't want to hear it because it goes back to what you just said. It is fun to indulge. It's a good feeling to have sex. So they don't want to give that up. I get it, but we have to weigh it out. Baby sex. Which one do we want? And two, we can have and involve ourselves. We could try to do all types of protection and it may work, y'all. It really might. But note that there is still a chance that it may not. That's all I'm saying. Successful MD says, yes, indeed, SB, saving the right things with bad intentions. Saying the right things with bad intentions. Listen, they could do that. And some would say that's enough, but hey, I'm not with it, y'all. I'm telling women to preserve themselves. Y'all, they're going to do what they want, but I'm saying y'all preserve yourselves. Male.
Yeah, listen, I do get what you're saying, definitely. Because, like I always said too, to some females, see the dude that's going on like this, most of the dudes that most of these females are sleeping with, and they put them in their friend zone and everything. They know they want to get with them, but they tease them. They actually warn her about dealing with dudes like that. We warn them all the time not to deal with dudes like that all the time and stuff like that. And yeah, they don't listen. They still deal with them. And then boom, this happens. So then the next domino effect is go back to the dudes that you technically friend zone so much and thinking they're going to play stepdaddy and everything. And most of these dudes is like, no. No, we're not doing that. We're not voice walking. Like, nah.
Right. We created a situation, but we don't want to be a part of it. That's crazy.
Yeah, like we ain't trying to be clean up guys.
I understand that. I do. Yeah. Thank you, Mel. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the caller and listen. Make sure you come back to see us soon.
Every day, I like the new background. Let's see, redesigning.
Yeah, we're putting together the new studio. It's coming soon. Thank you, though.
Go ahead, Wonder Woman.
No, listen. I want to read Fifi's comment. She says, "You don't have to highlight." Oh, it just went away. Fifi, I like what you just said. Fifi says you will hear men on other channels saying we need 304 so they can keep screwing them. Hear that? There's no value in a woman when a man sees her as just something that he needs to screw. So this is what I'm trying to talk about. I'm trying to get value back in the woman, but she's going to have to willingly want to be that woman or to be that woman who wants to be a wife. I should say it that way. So we got to get back to the basics, y'all. Y'all got to preserve yourself if that's what you want to do. But guess what, Fifi? There are going to be enough women out there that will have random reckless sex with men and it'll be just fine. It will be enough women because they're going to think that they're in control, they're sexually liberated, and they can do what they want. And it's going to be just fine till they get about 35. And then about 35, they're going to realize that, hey, I have wasted so much of my time. What am I doing? And then we know what that looks like. So thank you, Fifi. Mr. Monroe.
How you doing, sweetheart?
This is Security Boss. I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Sometime I comment on you on some of your late posts or whatever on your videos, but like I said, it's awesome. I mean, but keep doing what you're doing. A lot of these sisters, they definitely need the advice but my main point of what was the black women of today, they have two different standards. One for black men and one for non-black men. And before they freed us, with the Willie Lynch letter, they taught us to hate each other.
Mm.
And I just feel because of the self-hate conditioning, when dark skin were taught to hate light skin, and black women literally was taught to hate black men, because the independent, when they scream independent, that came from when they used to sell the black man, and the black woman had to defend for herself. So a lot of these things, when they walk around and act independent and operate, they don't even understand where they're operating from. And it's like we're so lost, because until you can get to the root cause of why we, like, just example, if you ask them, why do you hate black men so much? And they'll give you the example of they can't do this, they can't do that, they can't. But then they'll turn around and they'll go date the actual people that's benefiting off of your impression. I mean, benefiting off of your suppression. And it's like it's just hard to really, I don't know really how to explain it, but I just feel personally, until black women understand that it's literally a targeted system to target black women, that's how you keep the black families from existing. Until they understand that it's designed from housing. Black men couldn't stay in housing. The government takes care of them to keep the black man away. Okay, now you got black women right now who's the top earners in society. They're making all the money. I mean, they got all the degrees. That's by design. Because if black women are successful, it's a high percentage chance that they're not going to reach back down and pick up a black man. They won't even do it on the same level. And guess who's in the same arena? The white man. So at the end of the day, that's who pretty much mixing and diluting the black culture. Everything, it's a trap. And see, and if you're not educated to understand that you are designed in all facets to either be masculine to the black man or run him away, so you can feel like the white man is the savior, and then they can just use you as a fetish. And they don't understand they're being tricked and manipulated into thinking that there's other options. But the guys, the white men, are actually laughing because they understand that just being born white, what I'm saying. Okay, what were you gonna say?
No, I was saying, I agree. You said just being born white. I'm saying, go ahead.
No, but my point was just being born white. For instance, you can do a example where at a gas station, and you can have a white male walk up and approach a black woman, and she'll be flattered because somebody don't look like her, and she's like happy to see somebody don't look like her approach her. She'll be more feminine, more softer. It's a natural reflex. But if a black guy does it, it's like he's hounding her, or he's too possessive, or she'll shut him off most of the time. You know what I mean? It's two different ways how they view the black. They don't see value in the black man. What I'm saying is, and they've been conditioned since the Willie Lynch letter not to see value in the black man. When they buck breaking, they did that in front of the black woman. So she never felt protected or provided by the black man. So you look at 2023, when you see they're talking to black women are actually arguing with black men about the same thing. But if you ask them, do you know why you're operating like that? Do you know why you hate the black man? Do you know you were actually conditioned? Do you understand the government is assisting you to keep you from the black man? Do you understand the black man provides way more than money? Do you understand there's no powerful man than the black man? That's why everybody envies the black man. That's why they set up traps every generation to make sure black families do not exist. That and until we understand that, we're just not like looking at each other saying, why do, just like Nick picking at Why do they act like this? Why we have to understand it's a conditioning and it's a system that has been put in place. If you read the Willie Lynch letter, the guy said, if you train the slaves for the next 300 years, you'll never have to worry about them for the next 1,000 years. And all you got to do is
Monroe, I gotta interject just a little bit. I want to tell you something. I do agree with there is some conditioning going on with our women, and it has been going on for a while. But I think and I think you meant this, but I maybe you see it differently than I do. It is definitely the feminist movement was to break up the family, or it's actually been the goal is to get the man out the house. So when you say it's against the women, it's actually I would say against the man, but I think we're saying the same thing.
but
Now,
my point was my this is my point. You can look around and a black woman will see an average nerd, plain Jane white male, decent job, not rich or nothing, and they'll date him because he's nice. He treats her well. Everybody, yes, girl, he treats you well. But if you run into a Michael B. Jordan or someone that looks like him, got a good career, and he's a nerd to the black community, he's lame. He's not good enough. He has the same qualities, but you won't give him a chance because he's lame. But you'll give the same nerd white guy who don't have to just do the bare minimum, just flatter you with the gestures, and you open and you submit with no problem. That is literally one of the biggest. It's two different standards. They got criteria because this is the main thing. When a black woman deal with a black man, it's what his average salary is, what's in his pocket. When a black woman is dealing with a white man, they're dealing with him from him being nice and treating her, just being nice. He don't have to have, majority of them. A lot of white men are not rich, but they get the easiest access to a black woman because she's not requiring the same standards that she's requiring from a black man. It's two different standards.
okay, so Monroe, you didn't give me any stats or anything. So I agree with you with some things, but there's some things I don't agree with you on because there is some conditioning going on. Like I said, I do
Yes, ma'am.
I do understand that. But the conditioning that's going on now is being done by women. Women are telling other women that black men are not worthy of their time, their space, and they all are speaking with these talking points. It's almost like it's almost some type of therapy or cult like talking points where they say the same thing all the time to get the other woman to feel as though they do. Like a black man is deleting a black woman every 5 hours. A black man never owned anything, and over and over and over again. Now, the reason why I don't totally subscribe to what you're talking about is because not all women are affected by this. Some women absolutely know the value of men, believe in marriage, and want to be married. They know that. And I can't say how they know. Did they grow up in a certain situation? I'm closer to slavery time than probably you are. And
Yes,
that's not my story, if you can kind of understand what I'm saying. So
yes,
it's kind of hard to come out of slavery, live as couples, families, married with a very high rate of marriage. And now we're going back to being non-married. How do you skip over the group of people that got it? Like my granddaddy.
Well, you know what, sweetheart?
Hold
And
on.
what you
Hold on 1 second. Just let me get done with this. You skip over it and then you go back to what is not right again. So I'm saying to you that it's more so of the women that are doing this type of programming. And it's just a lot of hate. It's just flat out hate. Now, as far as the white man go, I don't beat anybody up for who they love. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if you even have any stats to the amount of women who are actually marrying white men. It's probably a very low number. Now, if the white men are not marrying the women, it don't even count. It's nothing. They're just being used by a white woman.
Okay. No, but this is is what I'm saying, sweetheart. Black women.
Wait 1 second. Listen, Monroe. I'm not seeing your face, but I'm an older woman. To say sweetheart to me, to you probably is very kind, but that's kind of inappropriate.
Okay, no problem. No
It's
problem.
kind
I'm
of
sorry.
inappropriate. I'm not trying to be ugly, but I would prefer if you just SB would be great, sir. Thank you.
SB, no problem. No problem at all. That was just because I would just quickly speak. No, but what I'm saying is I'm not saying that. I'm not saying black women can. What I'm saying is black women have the black women that you're trying to reach out to, not you, not who you're talking, because I mean clearly, like you said, it hasn't reached you and the ones around you. But you see, it's a problem out here, and the ones that you're trying to reach, there's two different standards about how they deal with black men and how they deal with other men. This is the one of the main ingredients of one of the main problems. They're not dealing with men like just with the same standards. And when you're not doing that, things are never going to get better, because at the end of the day, like you're saying, they're not getting married by non-black men. It is just fun, but they're satisfied with that because they're saying the black man is this and that, and he's not worth the hill of beans. So they'll accept the bare minimum from other and there's nothing wrong with white men at all. But what I'm saying, when we're speaking on trying to understand and make our communities better, to make the sisters think better and clearer and have a better understanding, you have to first admit that the value that the standards that you set, you don't have them all the way across the board. You spot pick when you want to have standards, and well as I know, I mean, that's just not genuine. If you got standards across the board for everyone, then that makes sense. But if you got standards for this one, this culture and that culture, and my thing is, you can't have it to where, just like I was telling a friend earlier, I got friends, white friends, who dated black. I have no problem with that. But my thing is, when you boast about the black man, I mean, when you boast about the white man is better than the black man, that's the lot online. It's a lot of white and black women boasting about the white man is better and he treats them better. Cool. All I'm saying is, don't come back down the line expecting to be treated like a queen.
No, I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying. Sound like to me, it's just women that are out of their position. They're out of order women. Anybody that would, for me, a man is a man. I value men, black men,
Yes,
white men, all men. That men should be respected. If a woman's preference is a white man, you let her go. She has nothing for you. You're not the type of man that she wants. That's fine. And even if you desired a different type of woman, that would be fine too. But
yes, ma'am.
you're not going to be able to reach all women. And if you're talking about that divester group or whatever, if they don't have good intentions, they will be left out. It's not going to work for them.
What group are you actually targeting?
I'm targeting women who want to be wives. And that's whomever that is. Women.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I understand when you break it in different. I mean, because the potential of the one, I don't know. Other people can have I don't know. I'm getting confused. I'm thinking you're either speaking out to ones that might be confused, that might reconsider, might think different, or might need to be.
That very well could be the case, because I think a lot of this is not having the knowledge of what a wife or a woman looks like, not knowing your role. I agree with you with that, Monroe. That could be the case for those women that you're talking about, because a lot of times women don't know their purpose for being a woman. They actually think that they should. Let me say this. Let me go back a little bit. I think a lot of women think they can control men. So if they may even find it easier in their own minds that if I go over to another race, I may be able to be in more control. And it's just all delusion. So, it could be any part of that. But if I were to get a divester per se in my class and I pick up on something that is not genuine, we're going to just self-reflect. That's the first day of class, is self-reflection, and let me know why you want to be a wife and why you're here. That's where you got to begin. Because if people don't even know their purpose, if women don't even know their purpose for being here to be wives and to procreate, then we gotta go back to basics. We gotta teach something. And
but that's what I'm asking. When you say about teaching, Where do you think you have that? When I mentioned the Willie Lynch letter, that was some of the teaching I was referring to, because if you understand that a slave owner came over here over maybe 100 and some change years ago and actually gave or put the slave owners on game how to keep the slaves intact for the next 1,000 years and to pass it down. And it was literally a strategic effort to make sure that black men hate black women and vice versa. And if you don't understand and read the strategy that he used, it's the same thing that's happening in our black neighborhoods. It's the same. It's so many traps in our neighborhood because of the Willie Lynch letter. And if you don't understand it, and like it's like a book, you read the book, you understand the book. Now you understand the traps. You can kind of, okay, so now I know what to look for. I know what to look to and look, okay, I can. But if you never do that and you're just kind of just having opinions and arguing back and forth about the black men are not producing, or just like mass incarceration. Black women, they black.
Monroe, let me say this to you. I hear exactly what you're saying, but I have something that's bigger than the Willie Lynch letters. I have a relationship with my creator, and everything he said and has inspired in his books has been confirmed nearly every day for me. And that's much bigger than a Willie Lynch letter. You got to be careful for what you believe in, because it will control you. And I think that's what is happening now. I'm not saying, and by no means did any part of what you're saying did or did not exist. I know it did. And it was a bad time. But like I said, what has inspired me and what inspired the books that I read and keep is much greater than a Willie Lynch letter. And that is what's most important, is your relationship with your creator, because it gives you the purpose. It gives you the foundation that you need to maneuver or to migrate through this very busy place that we live in, which is filled with good and evil.
Now, if we're looking at it from individual, each one of us getting our understanding and just living our own life and not really focusing on each other like that, it makes a lot of sense. But some of this stuff is, I don't think you can kind of, I don't know. I don't really, your opinion, what you said, I agree with what you said, but I just think
you need a foundation. All I'm saying is you need a foundation. That's all I'm saying. You can read anything you want, but you need a foundation, because that is what gives you who you are, your foundation, your belief system. If not, you can be swayed like the wind if you don't have a foundation first. And that, I think a lot of times that's what's happened. That's why these women are being controlled. That's why these women are being conditioned, are able to be conditioned. Like I said, that's why it doesn't happen to all, because not all of us are able to be conditioned. Now, we do have influence, and you have to check yourself. You definitely have to check yourself. And that's just what, that's where we are. You have to check yourself, because on these YouTube streets, influence is great. It's huge. And if we allow it to get into our heads, and women are easily influenced, no joke, no lie. We see it all the time. This is one of our major problems. So that's all I'm saying. But listen, Monroe, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I have some other people I have to get to. You are a very conversationalist, so I'm gonna have to bring you back earlier on so we could actually have a conversation and you could speak on a topic and tell us, because I didn't think we had an issue with our women wanting Caucasian men, if that is still an issue. I didn't think that was an issue. I figured like it was maybe more.
Well, I mean, but I apologize because I was too broad on. I'm thinking you're speaking to sisters abroad, but like you said, you're speaking to certain specific sisters, the one that want to get married, and at a small portion. So maybe I had it all. So.
Oh, no problem. But listen, I appreciate you being here, and continue on with the comments. And thank you so much. And I hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Mr. Bennett.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
I've been well. Haven't been on in a while, but I've been following a lot of your content. And I saw one of your earlier videos. I made a comment on. They were talking about the.
Yeah, I saw.
I was like, I need a shower after that one. It's rough, but I agree with you. I mean, I think both men and women need to be accountable in these spaces. As far as you choose to go to a woman's house, she chooses how she decides to protect herself. So I think both things are valid. But again, mostly I just want to come by and just say hello. This month, the 29th, my wife and I will be celebrating 26 years So we've been trying to catch you, but you and your husband seem like y'all still going strong. So I don't know if we'll ever catch you, but we think we're kind of closing in. But yeah, so it's and I know that the battle that you're fighting out here. Oh, thank you very much. The battle that you're fighting out here, and it is difficult. And I've been lately, even though certainly I'm big proponent of marriage, I have to say that it is a daunting task when not trying to convince people, but talk about why is this a good deal for people? When you talk about a 50% plus divorce rate, 70% in the Black community, and another poll I was just literally looking at just recently where there's a even in marriage, 25 to 50% of those marriages are sexless. So even in the ones that are married, how many are happy? And then a lot of times we paint pictures of how marriage used to be. Yeah, people stayed together. Like my mom and dad, they split when I was born, but they never divorced. And I think a lot of those people from back in the day, they would live separately. They would have separate lives, but the divorce word was just out because they thought, that was just not. So even then, I think we have to be careful in terms of how we spin the narrative about how people were so much married back then. Were they successfully married? Were they happily? Or, after so many years, are they just comfortable with each other, or are they really doing things to build and encourage marriage? So I still think today, I think those are the things that I think for the married folks, I think we need to perhaps do a better job of literally sharing our lives and painting a positive portrait, not necessarily with our words, but also how we carry ourselves with that. So, that's something that, I would love, I'm sure your audience would love if Mr. Boss ever decided to get on air. And I know he's the man behind the scenes, and I know he does a lot of things, but I think a lot of people would simply just benefit from that, just seeing, how a happily married couple functions and how they live and the lack of drama that sometimes happens as well. So I think there's a lot to be gleaned from that. But yeah, for a young person, if I was a salesperson and I was going to tell you, well, this is going to be with your odds in marriage, that's a hard sell. And I don't like it. I don't like the way that is. But unfortunately, that is a reality. But I'm with you. The books I read, I think marriage is, for me, it's one of the simplest things I've ever done. And marriage is very easy for us. This is hard, though. So taming the individual, getting this right, the individual right, then marriage becomes a very simple and pleasure. Thank you. Pleasure thing to live in. So I just wanted to encourage you, just continue to fight in a good fight. I did post one thing in your private chat that perhaps maybe you and Mr. Boss can take a look at. It was a CNN segment, and they were basically talking about how the rate of single men not looking for relationships has risen across the board for a long period of time. And one of the segments that in the segment that really struck out to me was how essentially our U.S. government essentially built men or poured into men after World War II. That helped build the middle class, and that led to the baby boom. So when men came back from war, 7 million men came back from World War II. That's when the GI Bill came out, allowing men to go to college and get better education so they can get better jobs. You had a large manufacturing base that was expanded here. So again, people could be ably employed. I know my dad, and I'm sure, people who used to work at the plants 40, 50 years and whatnot, and be able to have a family and have homes and things of that nature. So there was a lot of investment, college, GI Bill to go to college, that the homes, like the home, you could buy a home when you get back. So there was a lot. That was probably the last time that our government actually on a massive scale poured into men so that men can grow themselves to make them more eligible for marriage. But now with our manufacturing base has closed down, a lot of those blue collar jobs, not every person, we got to be honest too, college is not for everybody. And only 30% of people go to college, let alone graduate from college. And most of those folks don't necessarily want to go and major in communications. Men like building things. So construction, electrician, engineering, plumbing, all these blue collar jobs. If I had a son today, I would probably, unless he was really going to go into college for a highly skilled job, I'd probably tell him, go into the trades.
Yep.
Because that's where the money is. The money I've spent on this house in the past year, I'm like, I'm in the wrong profession.
I can do it myself. You're right.
You can make a lot of money in these trades. So I think we need to, but again, in our generation, I know we're both Gen X, our generation was the one that said, go to college and get degrees and whatnot. But that may not be where it's at anymore, because again, a lot of those high tech, high skill jobs, I'm in the IT field, a lot of those jobs got outsourced and they're in India, China, whatever. So, but the trades are viable. So I think there needs to be an economic initiative to empower and equip men to be the best version of themselves, go into those trade fields and really build themselves up that way, become entrepreneurs and have their own businesses. But if the government really wanted to get serious about addressing the national issue about singleness and single men and men not marrying across the board, because you know how it is, like, if a white man gets a cold, the black man gets the flu. I mean, we get on the last of everything. But it's going to take that kind of effort, to really pour into what's going on with men, why men are feeling isolated. You see all these horrific events as of late with people just deciding that, to go out and commit horrific acts. There's something going on with our men, but it's almost like a stigma. You don't want to talk about it, because if you do, then it's like the women say, well, what about us? We're going through problems too. But that portion after World War II is when that's the last time they really poured into men, building up that 7 million plus guys who came back. And that's what led to a major economic, change. I think if you want to see the type of change that you're talking about, it may require that kind of effort. So I've told you before, I've always been about tax breaks for getting married. I know that they used to have that marriage tax. Get rid of the marriage tax, get a tax credit if you marry, restore the child tax credit, so things that help foster families or make it if it's
incentivize it. I mean, that's what
absolutely.
That's how I started the show. Incentivize marriage, incentivize men, and they will be married. Especially if we're going to continue to give money to single moms.
I think there has to be. Absolutely. If a guy wants to go to college, or if he wants to improve himself, he's married, but he's struggling. If there's resources, he can go learn a trade or whatever. I mean, if you meet that criteria, that you're trying to be responsible and whatnot, there should be, I think, funds available. So I think that it's going to take that kind of effort. But outside of that effort, I think it's just going to be up to, again, married individuals. I wouldn't say less talking, but I think people need to see, how that works. A lot of times we like to keep a good thing to ourselves, but sometimes it's worth sharing as well. So just my, 2 cents on the matter. But I enjoyed the conversation tonight, and I enjoy what you're doing. And I just, as was said to you time and time again tonight, just keep the good fight going. And, but there are, some of us out here who are right behind you. And like I said, hopefully I may catch you one day, but Mr. Boss may hurt me if that ever happens. So, but just continued success. God bless.
Thank you so very much. And you are, I told you from the beginning, you are an excellent example, you and your wife. And even just the way down to where you met your wife, it was so organic and authentic that I don't think anybody else would do it. But you did it and it worked. And I'm like, wow, this is how you can meet people. So I appreciate you and thank you for being here. We do miss you. We haven't seen you in a while here, but I definitely see you on Black Man, and that's just good. Right. So we know you're still a part of the family, and thank you so much. And I appreciate you.
You have a great night. Take care. God bless.
Bye-bye. So I'm going to read these super chats right here, and then I'm going to bring Little Podcast. I think he's the next person. We're going to bring him up. But take heed. Hello, how are you? And thank you for your $5 super sticker. And Kevin C, where you been? I ain't seen you in a while, but I'm glad you're here. Thank you for your $120 Honduran dollar super chat. And he says divestors are a non-factor, and with non-Black men, and that's okay. I agree. They are not Black men's concern. They are married to the men they want, hopefully. You know what? I don't think they're really getting married. I think they're just hanging out. I would love to know what the numbers is, or what's the percentage of divestors that are actually married and let's say been successfully married over 5 years. No, it's okay. I don't care anything about it. But no, we're gonna move on to Little Podcast. All right. So is there another one? No. Little Podcast, how are you doing today?
Gotcha. I was muted. What's going on?
Nothing too much. How are you?
I don't know, but I was back here cheering when you told Buddy don't call you sweetheart.
It's a little bit,
we need more of that. The women out here, they just enjoy attention too much, and you prove that it's not necessary. That having attention from the man that you with it ought to be enough. and you don't need all the extra compliments or none of that other stuff or any of that, frivolous banter, just to communicate with a woman. I think that was pretty dope. I'm definitely gonna clip that and send it to my girl and with a tongue out emoji, like I told you so.
Your podcast, don't be using me.
Got no choice, y'all. All I got.
I'm
I
just
need
kidding.
some kind of role models.
So listen though, honestly, how you been doing?
I've been all right. I've been doing better. I've been doing better. That's for sure. I just
Okay.
like, it's the space kind of stresses me out because people don't communicate properly. I look at these panels. This is a place for us to communicate and have and match wits, and have conversations and iron sharpens irons and that type of thing. And it gets personal too much. I don't like that. But the conversations are necessary. So I'm still glad to be here. That's for sure.
Okay. Well, so in other words, and you doing just like myself, you're learning. You're learning on how to maneuver in these spaces. I had to learn myself. There's certain places I don't go, certain things I don't participate in because I do know. I'm gonna use the word upset, but I'm not really upset. It's just that I just know it's not good for me. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah,
got
I mean, for me, really, what it is that I tend to pedestalize people. So, like, if you say something good one time, then mentally I like, oh man, this person is awesome. But that's not really fair to that person because then when they do one thing to disappoint me, it's a hard fall for them. And so I'm trying not to do that as much anymore. But sometimes it still happens, But this conversation that you were having tonight
let me
is
say this
not
before you say
objective
this.
at all.
Let me say this. I want you to know this, especially about me. I don't know everything. So if I have a foul, just like you said, you appreciate the fact that I didn't allow him to call me sweetheart. I've mastered that. But
Right.
there may be some areas that I have not, that I need to learn in because humanity is like real. Your
Yeah.
flesh is real. So we still have to recognize that. And I think a lot of times, and I'm talking to women more so because I can identify with them, we take things, we're not serious about life. I'm very serious about life. Because I'm here now, but not all of us are serious about life. So we just we play things down like it never happened. You know what I mean? Like we'll
Right.
take
Yeah.
things for granted. We'll be like, oh, I could go hang out with the boys, things of that nature. And that's just a joke. Or I can
Yeah.
go hang out in the strip club and just things of that nature. Like it's not an influence on us. It's in our spirit. We just joking and playing around and trying to make everybody think we got control over it.
Yep.
See, I've mastered that. I don't play with it. So that's just the different, but still note that we're all still, progress. We're working it out. We're working it out. I am anyway. I'm working through it. So we just don't know everything. So I just wanted to share
I
that.
try to extend grace again. Like I'm not perfect, so that's why I fall short of that. I definitely try to extend as much grace as possible based on the fact that I know I want it. Just even just create my own karma. But it's difficult because for some of us, when we come into this space, we are here, right? Because it's like a stimulant for us. It's therapy for us. It's some of us literally. This is the time when we're communicating and socializing with other human beings, right? A lot of us don't go outside that much unless we're going to the grocery store or something like that. We're not on the phone. Our phones, like, I don't think I've ever been on a stream. And I used to do 12-hour Fight Club streams and my phone never rang, right? So some of us, our phone ain't ringing every 6 minutes. It's like, I don't want to use the word lonely, but it does accurately describe the type of lifestyle that some of us lead. It's very lonely. I got a woman and I still feel lonely a lot. And so when we come into this space, it means so much to us to be able to communicate, especially in a more healthy way, to get away from the dysfunction, to get away from the trauma, to get away from the anxiety, and have these conversations, and teach and learn and share and all of that. And it just means a lot. You know what I'm saying? And like even when the one guy was up prior to the one that was talking about the Willie Lynch letter, he was stressing me out so bad, right? But it wasn't because the information was completely inaccurate. It was just like he wasn't saying it right. He wasn't wording it right. It was something about it's like he wasn't using it properly. And so I'm sitting here and I'm just like, okay, look, he's not you. You got to extend grace. You don't know it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to talk to myself in my head. So I just started playing hearts on my phone. Right? You know, I'm sitting just playing hearts on my phone, trying not to let it bother me. You know, hey, listen, dude, you got too many triggers. You need to get it under control, you know? But it's like, even with this conversation that you all were having, it's so not objective, right? And more subjective, because I've heard people look at this story, particularly the story about the guy with the 7 baby moms, from different angles. And it's like nobody is wrong, right? And so at some point, what you have to figure out is, well, which lens is more important to look through, right? Because on one hand, we have people arguing, hey, listen, women do this all the time. They lay up, they have a bunch of kids. Sometimes they don't even know who the fathers are, all type of stuff. You know, they give kids away. 250,000 kids every year are go into the foster care system. 150,000 adopted every year. That's 400,000 kids. I'm almost positive we don't have 400,000 black men, at least, abandoning their children every year. There was an article that came out in the New York Times that said more than 50%. That article is saying 60% of black fathers live at home with their children, whether they're in a situation where they're married or not. They're still in the home with their children, right? It said 2.5 out of 1.7. My research says that there's probably more like 4.9 million black fathers. So, you know, it's probably closer to 50% than 60%, but that's still a way better number, right, than the 30 to 20% that we hear oftentimes when we hear terms like single mother.
So you're just making the stat correct when it says one man. Well, there's one men. 20% of the men are fathering most of the children, because this one man here, he has 7. He's one man, versus there are a lot of men outside of the home. So you're just making the stat, yeah. So
he would be a part of the 1.7 million, right? Of the fathers who are not in the home with their children. You see what I'm saying? But then there's the other 2.5 million that are in the home with their children. You see what I'm saying? So I think narratives like that, statistics like that need to be stated, just so we know that we are doing better, right? I know, and with respect,
why do you think? Well, let me just say, I'm talking from my point of view now. I believe in black men. So it doesn't, a stat really don't help me. I judge it on what you're doing, you know, because I can't be about everybody in the United States, right? So I can only promote what I've seen, and most of the men around me are good men. Now, they may have made a mistake. So this is why I can't get on that bandwagon of I hate men, because I've seen so many good ones. Does that make sense to you? Because I've seen good one. I'm married to a good one. I had boyfriends prior to him that were good, not perfect, but they were good men. So there's no way I can dog a man, because I've seen so many good ones. I had an excellent granddaddy, his brothers, you know, I've just so many of men I have seen that are good black men. There would be no way I could say, I hate black men. They're no good. They're killing, they're deleting 5 women or 1 woman every 5 hours, or whatever the talking points are. This is one reason why I advocate for men. But it's more important that our women, more than me, can see that and understand why we're so out of line, and getting them back into alignment. Because the reason why I saw it and it became so true to me, because the men were men being married. Does that make sense? They wouldn't just single men. You saw them being active in their wives' lives, or active in their children's lives. That to me is what made them great. So if we have so many men that are single, like I think Mr. Bennett just talked about, and I think that you're talking about that too in a way, how is that? Y'all are not being great for me. I want y'all to be great.
Well, so, and that's why I was kind of about to hint on that, because I was going to say, you know, out of respect for you and your husband, Sir Hale and his wife and people like that I have a lot of respect for, I won't dog out marriage on your platform, but I will say that it's overrated. I was literally just having this conversation with somebody on another platform because they were trying to sell marriage to a young boy or a young man who was, you know, stating a lot of his concerns with the state of marriage today. And it's just true. It can't be avoided, right? So he's, oh yeah, marry, right? Marriage. This is, matter of fact, it was Bruiser. And since you know him, I'll name him. It was Bruiser. He's just really trying to just, you know, sell the marriage point. And it's like, listen, the average marriage in the Black community lasts 5 years, whereas the average relationship in the Black community lasts 2.5 years. So you're basically trying to sell this young man on 2.5 extra years in a relationship. I mean, that's not it. There is a level of healing, a level of introspection, a level of spiritual connectivity, a level of awareness, a level of love and nurture, and all type of things that we need to develop for ourselves individually, and for the people who raise us, and for the people we raise, and for the people we intend to be with for the rest of our lives, before we can just tell people to get married. The reason why I believe the marriage rate is so low is because people just get married to say that they are married. It's one of the main reasons why you see a lot of people in homes going foreclosure every year, because they just bought a house just to say they got one, just so they can say, I'm not a renter, right? And then you end up in foreclosure in a year or two because you weren't actually prepared to be a homeowner. And I think it's the same thing with marriage. We can't just tell people to get married, because that's not the end all of it. We have to raise wives, raise husbands before we tell people to go and become them. And we're not doing that.
Okay, so are you in a good place? Can I get in here?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't totally agree with you, because I do think marriage, the nuclear family, is the answer. There's not a perfect world anywhere, but I do agree with you that we do need to teach. There needs to be examples of what a marriage or a wife or a woman and a wife looks like. So I totally agree. Now, when I say that, I'm talking about my job. I can't make a man be a husband. I'm just talking about my role in it. So
Yeah.
you are exactly right. So I have started Wife Ed. That's just a plug. But going back, I do definitely agree with you that there has not been enough knowledge or examples set on what a wife and wife looks like prior to marriage, or even what marriage looks like. I don't even think that marriage has been explained. For me, in my explanation for marriage, it begins with my creator. Now, listen, this has nothing to do with religion. This is who created me. It was his purpose for my life. Now, in order to believe that, in order to get what I'm saying, you have to first start out with a foundation. My covenant and my promise is to God. So that is my foundation. So understand, that's what keeps me. And for me, that's great. And I will sell that every single day. But guess what? Non-believers cannot see what I'm talking about. But just speaking to me, the Holy Spirit is still at work, because you're inquisitive about it. That's what's all the buzz. That's why people are talking about marriage. That's why some people talk against it, because they can't quite understand or grasp what I'm saying. Because how is this woman feeling and thinking this way when, 50% of the marriages divorce, especially in the Black community? Because I'm telling you, my relationship with God is what keeps me. That's what I'm happy about. I love my husband, and I've committed to him, and the things that he's brought me, the covering, the security, and the stability is what I need to get through life. That's real to me. There's nothing out here for me as a single woman. That's not good for me. That's not good for any woman. Tell you the truth about it. But not all is supposed to be married. So in other words, little podcast, that's what's good. That's what's good. It ain't, the marriage institution is what it is. It's the people that F it up. It's the people not being foundationally grounded because they have no idea what it is or what it's like. It has not been taught. So I'm in total agreement with you. But guess what I'm willing to do? I'm willing to teach sisters, whoever, women, exactly what to expect because it's very sacrificial. I am willing. I put my husband first. Now, let me just say this to you. You would absolutely love to have a woman cater to you. You would absolutely want a woman to put you before herself and to make sure that you're good mentally, spiritually. You come home from work, you want that woman thinking about you. You want that. And if a woman who knows her role as a wife knows that, you ain't got to worry about that. That's true submission. It ain't got to be no conversation. When you come home, 10 hours, 12 hours, you tired? Babe, what's up? I already got your food ready for you. Want to eat? No, I want to eat. Yeah, okay, come here. Let me take your boots off. It's just done that way. And it's a good thing. That's maybe why Bruiser is pushing it because he sees it, he feels it, he's experiencing it. That's definitely why I do it. And there is nothing out here in this world that's full of sin, full of natures of scamming, of people that don't want to do nothing but get over on me, people that I can't even have a conversation with, people that are not willing to help me in any way. You see it every day. You got people that can't even have a conversation with you and you're desperately wanting to learn. But all you get is resistance. I just want to have a conversation. But here we over here measuring how much money we got. So then now you looking like, what is going on? Can't even have a conversation. So there's nothing out there for me. I would prefer to be covered. So that's why I push it. But again, it's true to what you said, but I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to teach that part because I feel like I have the answer to that. I really do feel like I have it. Let me read this comment. Motivating Visions, Ms. Boss, you covered it up, says, what is the age range of women are you expecting to hear you? Because most women under 37 ain't really caring. They unfortunately don't trust the older woman's wisdom. Hey, listen, whose name was that again? I don't want to call the name wrong. What's the name? Motivating Visions. You are probably right. But let me just say this. I'm trusting the women that trust me. The women who signed up for Wife Ed are all ages. And I'm going to tell you something else about me. I have the fruit. I'm not, my life is my life. I only go on my example. You know, what I tell you is what I'm living, so I've done the work. There's no guessing about me. My husband is here. If you hear background noise, he played it. 27 years I've been at this. It ain't nothing for me to lie about. I don't ask for money. I'm not over here, saying, oh, you got to pay this to come to my Wife Ed. This is what I'm willing to share. This is what my mission is. This is what my job is for an elderly woman to do, is to share with women on how to do this. Now, you say women over 37, they may not get it. Because if they haven't already gotten it thus far, they probably won't get it. And that's another problem because women spend more time not in a humble position. It's a very humbling thing for a man to say, oh, guess what I'm getting ready to do for you? I'm going to take you on and take care of you. It's a very humbling thing. And if you miss it, then that's your fault. And that's a lot of times that's what's going on with women that may be at that age and older. They just missed it. But I'm not willing to miss it. And again, like I said, I am the example. My life is my life. And my husband is here with me. I have what do y'all always say? I've done the work. It's here. The proof is in the pudding. With my life. I'm gonna say it like that. But E-Man, hello, how are you? Let me continue to talk to Little Podcast for a little bit, and then I'm gonna bring you up. Well, you already up. I want to hear your comments also. So Little Podcast, this is why I push it, but I'm also willing to do the work for the other ladies to be the example. But again, I can't make nobody do nothing. But if I can give the women what they need, but they have to still do the work. They have to still do the work.
Yeah, so my and I'm trying to train myself to stop saying my issue, right? Because that makes it sound like it's like a real beef or something. But the only real pushback, I don't have any pushback for that. Like, people have a right, to promote and to teach and share whatever knowledge and wisdom and information and beliefs and whatever else they have. People have a right to do that. I'm not really against marriage at all. I got married when I was 19. You know what I mean? I wanted that more than anything else as a kid growing up, was to be married and have when you have Bible study. I didn't like Bible study because they never read out of 1 Corinthians, the 7th chapter, right? I just wanted to stay right in 1 Corinthians, the 7th chapter. That's all I wanted to talk about. Finding a wife, being in love, all the different stuff, getting married, right? Take me to Ephesians 5 and 6 and all of that. Proverbs 31, like he who findeth the wife, findeth the good thing and obtaineth favor from the Lord. Like I used to use that as game to talk to girls, right? Because I wanted a wife. I wanted to be married. You know what I mean? But the institution itself, to me, today, it's a little bit corrupted. But I don't, my only thing is, like I said, I don't really want to say issue, but I'm gonna just say it for lack of a better word. My only issue with people who push the married narrative is because they talk down on people who are not married. And that's the thing I don't like, right? So it's like with religion. Growing up, I grew up in a Christian household, right? Mom's a minister, aunties that was evangelists. I had an auntie that was an apostle over her own church. Her husband was a bishop. So I was surrounded by all of these Christian folks, right? But then I had a Muslim auntie, right? And when I was around my Muslim auntie, you know what she talked to us about? Islam. When I was around my Christian relatives, you know what they talked about? Down talking Islam. You see what I'm saying? Nah, them people over there, they going to hell and they don't know nothing. They ain't got the real religion. And that's just that foolery. And that's just that witchcraft. And it's like you got all of y'all are practicing some sort of spirituality, some sort of witchcraft, some sort of belief system. But the difference is these people ain't down in yours. They let you do your thing. And they're not worried about what you got going on. They just practicing theirs. So why you spend so much time trying to down theirs? And that's the way I kind of feel about the marriage talk. It's like, yes, I can look in my own life and I can see the people who I would deem the most successful are married, right? I can see that with my own eyes, but they weren't always married. There was a point in a time in their life while they were still on that train of building it up when they weren't married. And I'm just saying, like, it's okay to say, yo, we pushing marriage, right? But you don't have to downplay somebody that does not necessarily believe in the institution of paper marriage, government officiated marriage. Some people just don't believe in that.
Okay, so tell me, how's it downplayed? How would someone downplay you? If I wanted to downplay you, what would I say?
Oh, like Bruiser said today to the young man, if you ain't married, it ain't a real relationship. So wait a minute, you're trying to tell me that I can be in your average marriage lasts 5 years, but I could be with somebody for 12 years. We paying bills together, we raising kids together, we mowing lawns, taking out trash, doing dishes, we praying, we screwing, we doing everything you doing. The only difference is we didn't allow the government to sanction it, and you're gonna call it not a real relationship? That is insulting on all levels. It really just is.
But what would you like to call it? It is a relationship, but he's just saying it's not a marriage. But he actually said
he said it's not a real relationship. Those was his exact words to the young man on the panel. That's not a real relationship. That's exactly what it is. Because you know what's the prerequisite for you to be in a marriage? A relationship.
I was gonna say,
you know what's a prerequisite for you to be in a relationship? A relationship. See, that's the difference. You don't need to be in a marriage to be in a relationship. So that's why he was absolutely wrong. And it was insulting to say the least, but I stayed calm as I possibly could.
I was going to say you didn't correct him because maybe, just maybe, he maybe misspoke, as in, hold on for a minute, as in, because he understands that that's a relationship, but maybe he was saying that's not the same. I don't know. I wasn't there, but maybe he could have listen, man, that is a relationship. It's been a relationship for 12 years. It would have been simple just to say that. Because like I said, not everybody knows everything.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like, believe me, when I hear somebody be Mr. Bennett, we've been married for 26 years, man, to me, you know what I'm saying? Right on, brother. I respect it. Same thing with guys with money. When I see guys that got money, especially black men, man, right on, brother. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that that's something you don't have to deal with in your life. But when I see people that don't have money, I'm not like, yeah, no money. Same way when I see people that ain't married, I ain't going, you ain't married. Same way when I see people who renting, I ain't going, you still renting. I'm not doing none of that. I'm not judging or shaming anybody for the choices they make in their life that technically only affect them, right? You just don't know. Guess what? I had a woman tell me once before, because I like to trap people too sometimes when I think they're being disingenuous. But I said, well, why aren't you married? I was expecting her to say, I choose not to be married because men ain't no good. You know what she said? She said, I choose not to be she said, I choose not to be married because I don't want to mess no man up. I know I'm not right for marriage.
That was good. Honest.
Yeah, you know, and I'm sitting there like, right on, sister. I respect and appreciate your honesty and your transparency. And I'm not finna sit here and try to say, no, that's not true. You are right. No, you will know when you're right. Hopefully one day you will get that, because I want, all women, especially if you're a woman that's going to have children, I definitely want you to have a husband, a family, and all of that type of stuff. But who am I to dictate the way that goes? Because I don't think anybody believes Adam and Eve wasn't married and they didn't have no paperwork.
No, the paperwork came from the world. I mean, the U.S. That's something that, and the simple reason why we do that is because we're still obeying the laws of the land. Sorry, that's simple as that. No, that's not. That's why I talked about the covenant. That's why I always talk about the covenant. But it's still something that we're supposed to do. But I always go back to the covenant. I'm not about that business transaction stuff. But let me add this other young man that's married down here that just recently had a baby. E-Man, I would be talking about you. What do you think about all this?
You muted.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I did the same thing. Don't feel bad.
It's cool. I'm a big advocate for marriage. I think a man can truly achieve his greatness as a married man versus a single man. I think it's two different games. I know some people won't respect it, but it's a reason why the best people of the world, when they achieved their highest, they was married. And we can argue that or not, but every man that we feel that created a great level of financial or invention level type success, they typically had a woman. And I think it's not really about the piece of paper, but I do believe in the spiritual aspect of it. And most people are not spiritual enough to actually understand that it's not just a piece of paper. So I let people do what they want to do. I literally influenced all of my friends except one, and he's gonna get married in the next year to get married. And they understand the point of why I told them to get married. Like, they're so focused right now. Like, when they was in the clubs, when they was running the streets, when they was doing these things, it was like they was maybe doing about 30% of what I think they truly can. But once they got married and chasing the woman was moved out of the picture, these guys are great. And they're becoming great because now they can focus on being great and not focus on what woman they're gonna sleep with. Now I know you might got some monk ass friends. They ain't chasing women. They ain't doing that. They could just focus on that. But typically, when men check that box, I see a greater them come out of it. But that's just my opinion.
That was good, man. Excuse me. And you're right about that. The paper, like I said, the paper, it represents something, but it's the covenant that keeps you. So for me, that's exactly what it is. I don't want to disappoint my creator. That's big for me. Little podcast. That's huge for me. And I think the fact that go ahead.
I used to say it. I can't be mad when people say it because I used to say exactly what little podcast say. I say it's just a piece of paper. Me and my wife, we was shacking up before we got married. I was like, it's nothing going to be different. It's nothing gonna be different. It's gonna be the same. And I was in church. I'm telling you, like, I said all these things. And now that I'm on the other side of the fence, it is a big difference when you're married versus shacking up. The commitment is different. Like, when I know that might sound, it's hard to put it in words, but I believe it's just a big difference. The woman I had before marriage and the woman I have now are apples and oranges. They're not the same person. Because if you give a woman a certain level of peace that you ain't going nowhere, because in that relationship, you can get up and leave at any time. Matter of fact, a lot of people threaten. Keep on talking. We ain't married. I'm about to get up out of here. You keep talking that crazy stuff. But once she know that she can be secure and you ain't going nowhere, that she can actually be herself, like she can naturally be who she was designed to be, and she ain't worried about a man leaving her, man, you can get so much out of a woman. I had a business meeting with a guy today, just signed the contract. You know how I met this guy? My wife was walking through Walmart talking about her husband. I would have never crossed paths with this guy. Now, it was my responsibility to close it. People don't understand about the dream team. I think Security Boss need to do a whole series about creating the dream team. Because we always talk about the negative team, but we don't talk about the dream team. If you can be able to find a way to put a woman where she's secure in that marriage and she know that her position, nobody can take that position, she'll work for you in ways that you won't even dream of.
Well, listen, I always say to women, I say all the time on this platform, women need two things: stability and security. That's it. The rest will come, whatever the rest is. But if we got that, we know a man won't leave. We will do any and all things for our men. But let me address this. Mr. Nunez, how are you? He says, but SB, you said you want to incentivize marriage. How's that not transitional?
Transactional.
Transactional, y'all, excuse me. Because let me tell you why. In the when I'm talking about incentivizing marriage, I'm talking about men that may have a child that wasn't planned. And instead of having that woman be a single mother, now we're putting them together and making them married. So in other words, instead of incentivizing this woman as a single mother, tell this young man that, hey, look, if you do this, if you marry this woman, it's almost like putting together, what do you call those marriages, y'all, that you put together? Arranged marriages, like arranged marriages. We're arranging this, we're putting them together. These people don't love each other as of yet, but we're putting them together and they're the best. What we're looking out for is the child, but we're giving them incentives another reason why I said this is because it may be people with a combined income under $100,000. So we're giving them everything that they need to be successful in marriage, because I happen to think that the nuclear family is the cure to all this. If a child can grow up in a nuclear family, he or she will be a better off child. So we have to create this environment. So that's what makes it transactional. So it is something that we have to do, because again, I said that my relationship with my husband is based on my covenant with God. We have to give these people everything they need in order to be successful at that. That may not be everybody's belief system, but it could have been those, but they still may not get married. Because I don't know if I can, little podcast, can I use you for an example?
Mm-hmm.
Do you live with your woman now? Okay. So say for instance, you live with your woman, or y'all didn't live together per se. Okay. You don't live with her, but y'all had sex, she got pregnant. If you were incentivized to marry her, meaning that we'll give you, a loan, or set up a loan for you to buy a house, or set up whatever you needed if you needed assistance with food stamps or whatever to be successful in marriage, would that incentivize you to be married to that woman that you just got pregnant and get ready to have a baby with?
Right.
That's
I think honestly, I don't think that's what the problem is, to be honest with you. I think the problem started out with the fact that when we think about marriage, we think about this really big shindig that costs a whole bunch of money. And this is, I'm telling you from a man's point of view, and we just don't have it. Naturally, normally, based on the income of men, we don't have it. And I think that was the thing that stopped it previously.
It can't happen. If you don't have it, it can't happen. And that would be something that's more so planned. And then that woman would probably have a father, which would be willing to invest and all that. I'm talking about what he's talking about. Mr. Nunez is talking about the transitional, because I said that instead of incentivizing women to be single, I think we should incentivize a marriage, and then we would have more, more.
The part that he's kind of conflating is the transaction part wouldn't be between the man and the woman. So that it does not make the marriage itself transactional, because the transaction will be between the couple and the government, not the man and the woman. Right now, it's between the man and the woman, and that's the reason why marriage is so devalued, because men are tired of being seen as an ATM, right? So here's the thing: is the video that I really love to share. I talked about this earlier as well. It's a couple. They was together since they was like 17 years old, right? 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. The woman graduates from college. The guy, they still together. 22, 23, 24. I think they made it about 8 years before they got married. And then 2 more years before they had their first child. So, you know, and here's the sad part about the thing, even though I'm not disparaging her marriage at all, she's black and he's white. And my problem is, why can't we do that? See, that's the problem. Isn't about being anti-marriage. The problem is that we make it seem like that's step one, and it's not. You know what I'm saying? When you look at this couple, she took time to get educated. They took time to build before they got married, and then took a couple of more years to build some more before they had a baby. So now, guess what? She can take off work, right? And he don't have to go double his hours up to make up for the income that they'll lose, because I'm pretty sure they probably created streams of income. They probably had nest eggs and all type of stuff put up, so that once she decided to have kids, then it would make sense for her to be able to be a stay-at-home mom. You see what I'm saying? So it's just, the one thing I will say is that it seems like when the sisters get with Caucasian men, they are more willing to do it the long way. And it isn't, everything got to be right now. You got to be a baller right now. You got to be rich right now. You got to be swagged out right now. You got to look your best right now. Everything got to be right now. But I do think, you know what I'm saying, to me, that's the proper way to do it. If we're just going like best case scenario. Now, we know average black woman is having her first kid at 22. Average black woman's first time being married is at 30. So that's not average what that couple was able to do. And that also means that in general, when a woman gets married, she's already a baby mama. So she's bringing somebody else's kid to the table. So all of these things has to be considered while we telling men marriage is the key. It's just more to it, right? You can't just say marriage is the key. You have to tell people, listen, you being the best, healthiest version of yourself, the most spiritual version of yourself, the most emotionally disciplined version of yourself, the most psychologically mature version of yourself is the key. And then you can get married, because then you can be properly, you will be properly socialized to actually live with somebody else. That's another problem. Our people don't know how to live with each other.
I don't totally agree with that, because listen, marriage in itself, there's a blueprint for marriage. And I think that's the problem. I think not many people know the blueprint for marriage, because everything you said. So going back to the beginning, I do know many couples who have graduated from high school, black man and black woman, several couples. They have done that and been together so many years. Like right now, I'm at 27. They like at 35 years marriage and stuff like that. I've seen that a lot. Now I'm from the South, so things may look different, you know.
Yeah.
Probably not, you know, the story a lot all over the world. But listen,
right.
It's because they know marriage, though. We got the blueprint for marriage. And when I say about that, what I mean by that is we're so out of order. I'm gonna tell you why. If we could live, I said this earlier on this actual live. I learned so much from my mother and father, because my dad was a man who only had 2 jobs in his life, right? He was very simple, but some things he did right, and he didn't, without his knowledge of knowing it was right. It was just how he was raised and how he knew to do it. And if you know what I mean by that, it's this way. He built the house, or he bought the house, and we lived within his means. My mom worked, but he never required anything from her, but he never took from her either. You know what I mean by that? Whatever she wanted to do, she could do, but he was going to be that man, and we was going to live within his means. No matter what, we were going to have a house, we was going to have the cars, but it was going to be based on what he could do. You try to get a woman to do that now, it's all like, no, you know, I want this house, I want this, and the men are giving it away. So guess what? You just added stress to your marriage because you didn't follow the blueprint. You're the protector. You're the provider. Young woman, I need you to stay in position. This is what I can afford at this time. This takes away, it alleviates all stress in the relationship when we can follow the actual blueprint for marriage. But the problem is nobody's discussing it. We just living together. We just acting like it's the boyfriend, I like him, and we're going to get married. So it takes some knowledge of how to be married in order to do it correctly and to be successful at it, little podcast. So again, it goes back to what you said. But the part I don't particularly agree with, nobody's going to be totally together. Marriage is to make you better. And in marriage, a whole lot of things are revealed. Whereas I might have some traumas I didn't know nothing about. My husband loving me is going to reveal that.
That's right.
He's going to peel it out. So I'm not going to come in this thing perfect. And he's not either, because there's some things that he might not have known was dysfunctional that he lived within, I'm going to peel it off because guess what? I now love him and I give him so much grace and empathy and compassion for who he is that it's going to be like, hey, wait a minute. I used to get fussed at for that. Hey, what is this going on here now? So that's okay. You know, this is not a big deal. No, that's no big deal, babe. I got you. So that's what we're lacking. Women and men now in these spaces, they have no empathy for each other at all. It's like, I'm finna cut your head off because you're a woman. I'm gonna cut your head off because you're a man. Nobody cares about how I got here. And that's just lacking. Now, I just chalk that up to being in these YouTube spaces, entertainment, not real. But I always ask, you know, if you're sincere about this, I have something for you. But again, I just chalk that up in entertainment.
That's real life. That's not just on YouTube. That's in real life. That's when I first came to YouTube. My message was to the women: when you look at these men, I don't care what age you meet them at, you cannot treat them like they were born yesterday and this is just who they are. They have a childhood, they have experiences, they have history, they have things that have happened to them, experiences that have led them to the point where they are today, right? And then after so many weeks on YouTube, and I started realizing that there was a lot of guys on YouTube addressing the women, not necessarily the way that I was, but I wanted to at least balance it. And so I started trying to get the fellas to say, you see the same thing. Okay, all this stuff that we're saying about the women, it may be true, but they have experiences, they have a history, they have things that led them up to this point. If we don't understand those things, then we can't have empathy for each other. But that's my point, right? Because again, if marriage was the key, the average marriage wouldn't last 5 years. So we can't, everybody's not, what I'm saying is everybody's not cut out, right? I'm talking about literally to cohabitate with each other. They're not being built for it. Well, you saying that you disagree, explain the numbers, right? Okay, well, but that's what I want you to say. But leave religion out of it.
I'm not
going
to
use religion.
I'm not
Well,
going
but marriage is a biblical spiritual concept, though. Marriage is
right, but that's what the person in the chat was just trying to say. Not now.
Listen,
now it's not.
Listen.
You know, it is. We're trying to redefine it, but it will never be redefined. You will always fail at it. Marriage is what it is. We're the problem. You can't redefine something that was created by the Creator. I mean, we're trying it, just like men are identifying as women. They're trying it, but it's not working.
Wait, let me. I'm not disagreeing with the wait, real quick, either man. I'm disagreeing with the principle in what you're saying, but SB, we literally live in a country, in a world where they're redefining man and woman. Trust me when I tell you, they have redefined marriage. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Listen, I agree with you, but that's not
participating in it.
But it does not have to be your reality. I don't allow the world to set my norm. I don't live by the worldly standards. That's the whole thing. I've elevated myself and said, no, that's not going to be me. That's not going to be my life. So when somebody speaks something crazy to me, I'm like, no, that's not what I'm doing. So that's the point I'm trying to make. It's an exclusive group. And if you want it to be done right, you actually adopt exclusive mannerisms or behaviors or standards for your life. You don't fall into what the world is telling you to do. If you fall into what the world tells you to do, you will not be married because the world is not advocating for marriage. They don't want us together. They don't want us to win. So they're going to do whatever they got to do to tear you up. They're going to make the black man look like a crazy man. They're going to make the woman sexually liberated.
Right. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm living in reality. If you look at the numbers of divorces, right, there's a reason why that is happening. There's multiple reasons why that is happening, right? If you just take religion off the table, nobody is looking at it from this spiritual aspect anymore. Like, oh, I'm like you said, my foundation and all of this is with my Creator, and nobody is looking at it that way no more. That's not how the average person is looking at marriage. Women look at marriage for security. They look at it like, I'm marrying you so that you can take care of me. That's how they're looking at it. They're like, I heard this Muslim lady say today, she said it's actually supposed to be the opposite. The woman is supposed to take care of the man. The man is the provider and the protector, but the woman is supposed to take care of the man, right? But that's not how, in general, people are looking at marriage at this point. Even the men, they're looking at it as if it's a woman's thing. It's her ceremony. It's her day. It's her life. Happy wife, happy life. All of that stuff that we heard for so long. And that's why a lot of men are straying away from marriage, right? Because they're saying, well, look, I'll love you as long as you're going to be with me. You're going to leave anyway, right? So
Yep.
I'm going to just love you as long as you're going to be with me. So that way, when you get ready to leave, it ain't no whole hassle. I ain't got to pay for your lawyer and my lawyer, all this other crazy stuff. We can just be together until you decide you're going to leave, right? That's a lot of men are doing that because it's like signing that paperwork causes me too much heartache. It takes too much energy from me. It causes too much depression. It's too much stress in my life. I'm seeing relationships fail after fail after fail. I got one cousin, he made it. I got 3 more got divorced. I got another cousin, she made it. I got 4 more got divorced. You know what I'm saying? People are seeing that. And then they also seeing people in relationships last longer than the marriages. So that's what I'm saying. The reasons why I would grant you the reason why a lot of marriages aren't lasting is because they aren't spiritually based. I will grant you that. I will give you that. But the fact of the matter is they aren't. And that's the problem, is that we're looking at people, they have redefined what it is. They have secularized it. Let's put it like that. They have secularized marriage, right? And made it this trivial thing that's all about women. And so the men are just saying, man, I love this girl and I love my kids, but I can't come up with the 30 grand it's gonna take to give her this wedding she want anyway. And then I'm gonna have to come up with 30 more grand to pay for the divorce, right? So it's like they just scared. But I think in general, like if you take all of this travesty stuff that's going on with men still love women. Men really want to give women their last name. They really do. I believe that without a shadow of a doubt.
I agree with everything you said, but again, this is what I always say. My job is to give the true meaning of marriage. Marriage for me will not ever be redefined. We can do what we want. And we typically do. So far as me going into marriage, that's what I wanted. And if it is what you want, you will make it work. And I got to tell you that marriage is there's a spiritual concept to marriage. Now, what people are doing now is making it about business. And I hear and I agree with everything you say, but it's very important that people understand that it's bigger than that. Now, how do we get that message out? I really don't even know, but the people that are listening to me, they're going to get it. Now, if they get into what I'm saying and they still fail, it's because they were too selfish to walk it out. And that's why marriages break up. It's because someone was too selfish not to put the other person before them. Marriage always breaks up because of selfishness. That's the only thing. It could be certain things that are happening, of course, but it's still the fact that you just decided, you know what, I'm more important than that person. And that's what breaks us up. And I'm just not willing to take that stand. Again, I have something else that I have other goals in this situation, so that's my role. But I want to hear what E-Man says. E-Man, you good?
Yeah. So
okay, go ahead.
I think the one thing, it's a reason that we have a different word from wedding to marriage, because they're two different things, right? So when I hear people just define marriage and they talk about a wedding, you're not talking about marriage. A marriage don't start until after the wedding. It's a reason that I encourage men to get eloped. Like that was the one thing that a lot of men was telling me, I'm not gonna marry because I can't afford it, blah, blah, blah. So you know what a lot of my friends did? They got eloped. They had a ceremony later for their friends. Like, I just really want people to understand, because I want to answer your question too. I want people to really understand is that most people don't know. They just don't know what marriage is. They have no idea. It's a word. So when people tell me that they don't want it, how do you want something you don't know? Something that you haven't really put the time in to really research. Because I see it on the opposite side. I see a whole bunch of single men bashing marriage. I know you said a whole bunch of married men bashing single. I don't see that in my circle, but I see a whole bunch of single men bashing it because they don't want the environment to change. If all these women went out here got married, who were they going to pick up at the club? Who they going to talk to? Who they going to sleep around with? So it's against their best interest to talk about marriage, especially if they don't want to get married. And to answer your question that you said earlier podcast, you said, I can't remember word by word what you said, but you was asking how could I talk about not really the benefits of marriage, but you're saying why to get married for outside of a spiritual aspect, right? Is that what you said? So I think what it really comes down to, the number one reason, in my opinion, that marriages fail is because people don't understand the path. What if I told you there's 100% chance that you can have a successful marriage? What if I said I have the blueprint and I can send this blueprint to you, and there's 100% chance that you will not fail in marriage? Would you take it? Would you want to get married?
Me personally, no.
And that proves the point that some people don't want to be married. It have nothing to do with the success rate. It have nothing to do with the numbers. The only reason people don't want to get married is because they truthfully in their heart do not desire marriage itself.
Right.
So when you say people don't desire marriage, I'm sorry, when you say people don't desire marriage, I know people like that, you know, that they don't desire or require, men and women that don't care about walking down the aisle and signing no paperwork and all of that, man. They just want somebody to, you know, live out life with. And so I know those people exist. But I'm saying, to me personally, I think, especially, I would say between 16 and at least 50, those guys, they want to give their woman their last name. They want that part. They want to put a ring on her finger to establish to the world that this is my girl. You know what I'm saying? They want to do that. They just don't want the trouble that comes along with that, right? So even when you just said, if you could give me something to tell me that it was 100% guaranteed, the problem with that is that I'm not you, right? I've seen marriages work. I know what they take. So that's, you know, I have a cousin, right? I talk about him a lot. He owns a construction company, right? 6-figure guy, got all the money, got a wife, kids, all that, right? His wife was executive for a while, worked for many years. Now she just retired to help him with his business because it just made more sense for her to plug herself in there instead of him hiring somebody else, right? He got all the money. And we had a conversation one day. He was like, Beans, it's just people just look at what I got and they just act like it's so easy. They don't know what I got to do every day and this and that. And I'm like, well, cuz I know what you got to do, right? And that's exactly why I don't want what you have. Right. Every time we talk about the money, what do I always say? I don't want to be no millionaire. Why? Because I know, one, what it takes to get that kind of money, and then what it takes to keep it. And that's an amount of energy that I don't want to expel. I prefer my time, right? Because I know my time on this planet is limited based on the way I have lived my life and the way I currently live my life. And so my time is more important to me, right? And so it would be the same thing with marriage. You're telling me now I got a wife and now I have to somehow take myself up to some level so that she don't have to work anymore in order for it to be considered a real marriage. I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying?
No. It would be whatever.
Those parts, you know what I'm saying? No, I'm just using that as an example though to say.
No, but you have to do it. You have to say it correctly though. It is what you provide. It's not taking yourself up anyway. You present yourself the man that you are. You don't have to take yourself anyway. It's who is what you provide. See, that's how we get it misconstrued. It's who you are now. See, if you can't get a woman to want you for who you are now, then that's not going to be the woman to build with you. That's not going to be the wife. See, that's a big part of it. It doesn't require, listen, it's to make you
know what's going on in our community, SB. You know what the women are saying. This average money ain't enough money. They want to live in the big city. They don't want to live in the country or the Midwest.
I agree with you, but they are not wives. See, you stressing. Men are stressing themselves out because they get with women that are not wives. We got to know our role. Our role is to be helpmates. I never said not work. What I'm saying is first we got to find that man that we're willing to submit to, and that's in his plan. And whatever it is, if he's living in a 2-bedroom apartment, And that's where he is at this time. And I say, this is my husband. That's my husband in that 2-bedroom apartment until he can find a better place for us to be. And I better be happy. If I'm bringing my man stress, then I'm out of order. Totally out of order. But I got to tell you something. Also, I got married on a Wednesday at 5:00 in the afternoon, downtown, my town, at the courthouse. I did not have a wedding, didn't want it. I have a big rock on my hand now. See, that's what I'm saying. It's we're totally out of order because we're everybody wants to live this luxurious life, and it's not for everybody. Everybody's
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be rich. We got poor people, we got middle class people. Actually, saying there's no more middle class people. We got poor people, we got rich people, right? For whatever reason. Now you have to figure out where you're gonna be in this, but it's just living life. You're gonna live life wherever you are, whether you're poor or whether you got money. So none of that stuff matters. I don't know why I need a man. I have one, but women need a man with a plan, and that man needs to stick to his plan and find that woman that's willing to follow. If that ain't what you got, then you're gonna have a tumultuous marriage because you're allowing that woman to pull you off your square and to lead you, and it will never work. And that's what we do to these days. And going 50-50 with a woman ain't nothing but an argument.
Dearly beloved.
I'm not telling you your woman shouldn't work. I'm saying your woman should be a helpmate, but I always talk about one pot. People fight with me with the one pot. It's whatever you implement as the man, the plan that woman should follow, but she needs to follow your plan. She needs to be willing. I'm not saying she can't suggest some things, but it needs to be in your time.
My thing is what I'm telling the guys is I think all these women, like the women that you're talking about right now, I think they all just live in like Idaho or something, right? And so they're not in Chicago, New York, Miami, LA. You got to get out of the place. They're not in Atlanta, Dallas. You got to go to Idaho or to Montana somewhere.
Little podcasts, they're everywhere. They just don't know their roles. And I am willing to discuss with them their roles, and they have to be willing to accept that role. If not, I will clearly let them know that you're not ready to be a wife. It's clear. Don't waste this man's time. Don't ruin his life. You're not ready. Women got to be assets. We can't be a headache.
Yep.
Well, but this what it really come down to is that they're where you ain't. I'm gonna use some Georgia. They are where you ain't. So where you ain't is what all those women is. And what people don't know about my wife is she moved into a 2-bedroom apartment, and I had a roommate.
That's right. You said, you shared it. I knew that. I remember saying that.
And so people don't understand is that she was just down for me. Like, I think men got to find a way to find women that's just down for them. She was like, I really felt, especially when we first got together, she was like, hey, we gonna stay in the basement somewhere. I'll ride it out in the basement. This will be the cleanest basement that we have. I'm gonna make sure I clean the basement up. And I think that's what we lost in pursuing marriage. We lost like all this materialistic, because I didn't know about all you had to have a certain amount of money to get the women and this, that, and the third. I really didn't know about that until YouTube. I've only been on YouTube for 2 years. Like, I have always had women in my life that genuinely just liked me. And so I think if we get back to finding those women, because they out there, there's a whole bunch of them out there. If we stop saying it's about how much money I make or what I can bring to the table and who's the table and this, that, and the third and all these YouTube talking points, if we get to somebody who's ready to ride or die for you, I believe those are the people that you can build with. Because the house that we live in now, quick story. When me and my wife was looking for a house, we didn't agree on the 2 houses that we want, right? And I can remind her of that roommate situation. Hey, remember where we came from? See, sometimes y'all start in the big house, you can't remind them of where they came from to understand where we're going. So the point that I'm making is this right here is that I think the worst thing that we're teaching in this culture is starting from the top of the hill. Because at the top of the hill, there's only one way, and it's typically down. Like, start at the bottom, work your way up. And I think I love her more because we built it together.
Absolutely.
Of course. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. So, and look, somebody in the chat made a statement a few seconds ago. I can't remember exactly who it was, but I remember the feeling that I got from the statement, right? Which was that the people that we're talking about right? When we're talking about the ones that get on your plan, the women, I should say, that we're talking about, get on your plan, all this and that, blah, 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 blah. We have to be honest about the fact that they are just far and few. When you look at the relationships, right? And what's happening is this, because I know what it was. The guy said he never had a woman ask him or tell him that he needed to make a certain amount of money. Yeah, because that's not how that usually goes. That's not how they operate. What they do, though, right, is they make up in their mind what they want their life to look like. And after a certain amount of time, when you have not achieved making their life look the way that they thought their life was supposed to look, that's when you start getting the resentment. That's when you start getting the attitude, the pushback. That's when your relationship becomes sexless, and all of these other things like that. It frustrates me every time you shake your head no when I'm talking either, man, because that's a form of silent gaslighting. You cannot gaslight people's actual experiences. This has happened to men over and over again. Not every woman is coming out saying, you need to make 6 figures. But in their mind, they are thinking about it. And then sometimes they will come to you and be like, man, you know what? Look at this house I seen on Instagram. That's her way of letting you know, right? I am projecting you providing this house for me. And you probably have about 2 more years before I dip out on you, right?
That's such a beautiful
crazy like that. So that's how they communicate. You know what I'm saying?
I just think men got to understand that. My wife did exactly what you said. She said, that's the house. I said, baby, let's sit down and make the plan for it. I said, baby, let me tell you what I need. I'm short about 357 sales. So I need to do this if we're going to get that house, because I want her to dream. I shouldn't be the only dreamer in the house. And guess what? You know what she did? She started going out to Walmart talking about her husband. You got to meet my husband. He's the best. Like, in the house that we stay in today, we built it together. They can dream that, but they should. I tell people that men need to start looking for women that want to participate in their own rescue. They want to participate in their own rescue. They shouldn't be a dangle in distress, like, oh, I want to be rescued and I want somebody to help me. No, you can get them involved even if they don't got a job. Like I said, when people think just because my wife is a stay-at-home mom, she's one of the biggest assets in my business because she's involved. She's the person I can be honest and say, hey, this is how much money we short. Let me tell you what is short for us to be able to get this type of lifestyle. And if you get 2 people that buy into it, man, I'm telling you, you can really accomplish some great things.
All right. So listen, let's welcome our 5th heartbeat to the platform. Hello, Bolo. How are you? And before we go on, let me do these super chats. He can't even hear me. So listen, the Jim NI says, well, thank you so much for your 999 super chat. He said, I respect the fact that even through disrespect, you stay respectful. Proverbs 29:11, fools vent their anger, but the wise quietly hold it back. I hope you're talking about me, because that is me. Thank you so much for that. I'm just kidding. Kevin C., thank you so much for your $75 Honduran dollar. It says here, if children are involved, marriage is an ideal or a committed cohabitation or a co-parent relationship. Loose kids everywhere isn't cutting it, people. You know what? You are so right. But guess what? We got a lot of lost kids. Kids are just out there. Y'all know that. Our kids now, I just want to give an update on something. I know this is going to sound crazy to y'all, but do y'all recall the 6-year-old who took the weapon to school and actually shot the teacher? They are not charging him with anything. They said it is not lawful to charge a child that is 6 years old with any type of assault or whatever, criminal assault or something like that. So this 6-year-old who actually shot his teacher in the chest is not being charged with anything. I'm not saying he should be, but what do y'all think? I'm going to go on that right there. I just want to give y'all an update.
Crazy. I never heard of that.
We ain't going to talk about it because it's like, what did you do?
I agree with the law. The law is winning. You can't charge no 6-year-old with no crime.
Well, they didn't, but he definitely listened though. Okay, we ain't going to talk about it. I ain't going to get out. Bolo.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
How y'all doing? Podcast, what's going on? E-Man, what's going on, baby?
But wait a minute. Hold on for a minute. Did you not hear your introduction?
No, I didn't hear my introduction. What was it?
I said, welcome the fifth heartbeat. Now only you gonna know what it means.
I know what that means. I know what it means. I'm working on it. I'm working on becoming the third heartbeat.
All right, that makes sense. All right. Bolo, I hope you've been listening. I hope you've been listening.
Yes, I've been listening. Yes, I've been listening. I've been hearing. I've been listening.
So, what do you have to add? Because listen, Either Man has been definitely here, and podcast. I appreciate you so much for being open and sharing this part of marriage with us. Because over here, most people want to be married. So for you to actually bring this to the platform, it helps us. It helps me because it makes me think about the worldly concept of what people actually think about marriage. So I appreciate you for doing that. But Bolo, what would you like to add?
Well, I mean, I can understand podcast plight. I think that we have to come to a common ground and understand what's going on and where we're at, right? So when podcast pulls out that Adam and Eve wasn't married, you're absolutely right. The connection of marriage is a covenant between you and God. That's where it starts. That's the foundation of it, right? It's not a paper that we hold on to, because that paper is the semblance of an earthly commitment. And our commitment is spiritual, right? So we know that once we commit in the eyes of the Father, it's you and I rocking forever. There's nothing that can stop us because of that love that we have that is founded in the foundation of Christ. And that's the point. The paper goes into, you have to be under the rule of the laws of the land. So, you deal with that. So I understand that when you have men that downplay relationships of that, of that nature, where you have relationships 10, 20, 30 years, and they never got that paper. I get it. I understand it. I think that we get so caught up, when security boss speaks, and I think that this is our problem. Our problem is we're trying to listen with earthly ears instead of a spiritual heart. And that's where the disconnection is, right? When you're saying that it sounds like he's downplaying people that are in relationships, and then you're pulling out statistics and all these different things. The statistics don't really speak and show what it is. A lot of these men and a lot of these women don't understand what marriage is. They're not rooted in that foundation. E-Man was breaking it down. A lot of people get married because it's a status. Women show the finger, look, I'm married. It's not rooted in the foundation of understand that my covenant is first with the Father. See, the problem that these men are having is they're looking for women that they want opposed to women that they need. And there's a difference, right? See, when you know that you need a woman, what do you need her for? A lot of these men talk about women are not supposed to work. They're supposed to stay home barefoot and pregnant. And they quote Proverbs all the time. And show me in Proverbs where a woman didn't work. In fact, she got up early as the merchant ship and went out and bought the vineyards with her bread. You know why? Because the husband was out there fighting wars. So he wasn't home. So the economy had to continue. She had to provide. And in fact, she clothed her home, her children. So when you make the foundation of your importance in your home, providing. Now, what happens when you lose your job and she starts providing? Do you lose your position as the covering? See, our breakdown of what a man is wrong. It's off. Let me explain something to you guys. You've done nothing. You've done nothing to become head of household. Christ established it. You didn't. He established it in marriage. Period. This is what we have to understand. So when men come in here talking about you need to submit and do this and do that, you're looking at marriage totally wrong, because when you become a head, you become more of a servant than you do a king. And this is the difference. When Christ said, you are no longer my servant. Brother, I did that the other day on my stream and I broke down. Christ said, if you stay in the love the way I did with my Father, you are no longer my servant. You are my friend. You are my friend. We are joint heirs in this, man. Scripture says that If you don't deal with your wife in an understanding way, your prayers will not be answered. Period. Now, are there positions in everything? Absolutely. Right? So in the eyes of God, when it comes to creation, man and women are equal. When it comes to purpose, we are not. We are not equal when it comes to purpose. So understand that. We have a position that we need to play. They have a position they need to play. Now, when you start having people in hockey start playing football, that's when things don't work out. And that's the problem with marriage. Everyone is trying to add their own version of it when God gave us a perfect definition of what marriage is. And this is why things are not working. We need to go back to the foundation. And SB says it so often and so many times, and she's ridiculed for it. She's attacked by it, all these different things. And, that's a good thing. And I'll tell you why it's a good thing. Because when you're light in this dark ass world, everyone else is going to hate. And that's a good thing, because the Lord tells you the world hated me first. And if you speak what I speak, they're going to hate you too. So podcast, what I'm going to say to you is, when you have the foundation of understanding what marriage is, that is both of us coming together and serving Christ. That's what marriage is. That's what it is. Now, in that marriage, there are things that we are going to do for each other and towards each other, right? Because there are no perfect people on this planet. I make that woman perfect for me. She makes that man perfect for you. And y'all guys walk dogs together. But understand, our foundation, our trajectory, our understanding, our propulsion is towards serving a father. And that's why these marriages don't work, because they make it about themselves. And when you walk around with the foundation of it being about you, it will not stand. Period.
Man, you brought it home like, you said a lot in that, man. That was super dope. I definitely am. I'm glad you brought in Proverbs 31 too. I mean, like I said, man, those was really the only scriptures that I cared about, man. And the truth of the matter is, people like to say, yo, what if something happened to you and you die and you're not married, she can't get your 401k or whatever. It's like, bro, you be thinking backwards. Why you always got to go worst case scenario, bro? You can give a woman power of attorney over you. You can get life insurance policies. You can create streams of income. You can do index funds. You can do SB 500s. You can do all kind of stuff to set it up to where this woman that you love so much and the family that you have will be straight. It's just you don't have to plan for the worst thing. Plan for the best, right?
But you have to be mindful. You have to be mindful. When SB talks about marriage and Bruiser talks about marriage, you have to understand God did surrender unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar and render unto God what belongs to God. The point of the matter is you want to make sure that everyone is secure. And unfortunately, in this world, you have to grab that piece of paper. Now, I had a friend of mine that told me when he got married, he loved his wife more. I didn't understand that. I said, what did you see? Like a blue glow around her? Like what did you see that you didn't see before? I didn't understand it, but in this world, you have to grab that paper to secure. Now, when your mind frame, it's the difference between having a traditional wife and a modern wife. A modern wife gets caught up in the world, right? A traditional wife can go into any environment, acclimate herself to it, get what she needs to get out of it, and bring it home and not lose herself while doing it. That's the definition between a traditional wife and a modern wife. Because the traditional wife, I don't give a damn if she has 30 degrees. She understands what her trajectory is. That's towards functioning as her husband's workmate, multiplying what he has, praying over him, being his strength. Because remember, she's part of your bone, flesh of your flesh. So when these men get caught up in saying women are not supposed to work, what are you afraid of? That's the point. See, it's not the woman that's the problem. And I'm going to be called a simp for it, but it's okay. It's the man's lack of self-esteem that he's projecting on her. It's the same way when Joseph was sold into slavery. Joseph forgave his brothers. His brothers sold him into slavery. Joseph forgave his brothers. And when he saw his brothers and was reunited, he loved them. And they looked at him like, yo, this dude is lying. This dude don't love us. because I know if you sold me into slavery, death would be on my mind. And he actually broke down and cried. I said, brothers, I forgive y'all. But because of their lack of self-esteem, because of their inadequacies, they projected on the women. This is why you'll have podcasts that last for 12, 15, 30 hours of them talking about women that they don't want, opposed to talking about women that they do want. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you focus on is what you will be. So if you focus on the negative, guess what you will always be? Negative. Now I'll be mindful of the negative. You have to, but I'm not going to focus on that. That's in my peripheral. My focus is Christ. My focus is love, his love. That's why he's the greatest example. Understand something, and I'll end with this. We're talking about the King of Kings who came to earth and took on the sin of man, right? Now, he could have done it in a way where when they whipped him, he didn't feel nothing. He could have did that, but he didn't. He felt every lash, every spit, every stab. He felt everything. That's what we're supposed to do one for another. That's the love we're supposed to have one for another, where I feel you. The love of Christ wasn't about himself. The love of Christ was about the sacrifice of his brother. So the love that I have is not about me. It's about me loving E-Man, podcast, Mr. Boss, SB. That's true love. That's why God tells you there's nothing greater than a man that will lay his life down for his brother. That's true love. So with that, I'm going to say good night. Love you all. Fifth heartbeat out.
Well, listen, guys. Thank you so much, Bolo, for dropping in. We're going to have to give you a name. And guys, listen, I've been over here for 5 hours. I appreciate you both, and I wish that you both come back. We can talk marriage all day and all night. Y'all know that, right? And the podcast, I don't have to put you down to do it.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You up. Listen, Black built like conquering king. He says, finally. Thank you for hanging out with me all day then, Black man. Maybe I should call you king. But again, comment section, I love the fact that you're here. Thank you so much. And you guys, listen, I appreciate y'all so much. I will be back on Monday. Y'all have a good weekend. Be peaceful. Love somebody. And tell them you love them. Yeah, that's good. Y'all have a good night. Thank you. Bye-bye. Peace.
You want that old jive swing? You take up all of the floor. I'm fine with standing at the edge of the door. You be the life of the party. I blend in with the core. You drink it all the Bacardi. Till the bottles no more. Let's take it back for this started. You want the love, I don't got it. Got my soul on the road. You screaming, stay, please don't go. Don't think it's in me to listen to flow. It's so different with distance we roam into zones where nothing get hurt anymore. I just wish I was home when I stepped through front door, but instead I'm alone and completely unsure. And even though you're screaming out with the best of intentions, I don't get it. Why do you always gotta ask me to stay? Why you always gotta go? Playing house, this ain't a home with your soul on the road. Say, why you always gotta go? Playing house, this ain't a home with your soul on the road. See, I've been lost in my thoughts, and my thoughts they too scared to usher off. Sorry, Mom, I just thought you were my world. Now you're not. And I'm just sitting, smoking, sloping in the days, cause my days ain't been the same since I drove here away. I remember the way you wrote letters in blue ink. You and me was in love. Think about what your crew think. I know your moms probably think I'm a bastard. Your pops probably want to beat my to death and take a in my casket. But I got sick of fighting, bickering, fussing over nothing, cussing. Instead of watching the death of discussions that we once had, days that we once spent in the backseat of our cars reading poets at sunset. It's funny how love can fall out the foreground, get pushed into the back of your mind. We used to twist a spliff and laugh and relax. Now you crying, and I'm trying to find the reasons. So I ask, does forever ever happen, or is it always fade to black? I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul on the road. I can't stay. No, I always
always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul on the road.